Slavery Gone for Good. Modern Abolitionism. Written by Cory, Edmund, Endrulat. Narrated by Cory, Edmund, Endrulat. A quote by Frederick Douglass, a former slave and abolitionist. I did not know I was a slave until I found out I couldn't do the things I wanted. End quote. This book does not appeal to any religion. This is an appeal to justice and equality. What is the act of slavery? Number 1. It is the claim of ownership over the life of another individual or their property. Number 2. The involuntary servitude of an individual's labor to another. Number 3. The control over the life of another by threat of violence. What is your property? Your own rights, your own freedom, your own life. What is not your property? Another being's own rights, another being's own freedom, another being's own life. In other words, you do not own anyone else's life, otherwise that is slavery. You are not the source of rights for others, otherwise that is slavery. You are not the source of freedom for others, otherwise that is slavery. What is ownership? Responsibility, control of usage, rightful possession, for an individual's own property. What is not ownership? Giving away responsibilities to others that only you can truly be responsible for. Giving away ownership over to others, something that only you can truly have ownership over. What is a right? From Merriam-Webster Dictionary, qualities such as adherence to duty or obedience to lawful authority, that together constitute the ideal of moral propriety or merit moral approval, something to which one has a just claim, the power or privilege to which one is justly entitled. What is a real right? Any action that is not a wrong. A wrong action is any action which results in harm, any form of theft. Morality is not legality. Just because something is, quote, legal does not make it right. Wrong actions include murder, assault, rape, theft, trespass, coercion, and willfully lying. Murder is the theft of one's own life, which is not rightfully ours to take. Assault is the theft of one's own well-being without right. Rape is the theft of one's own free will sexual association. Theft is the stealing of one's own property. Trespass is the theft of the security of one's own living domain. Coercion is the theft of one's own free will choice via violence or duress. Willfully lying is the theft of necessary information which negatively impacts one's own ability to engage in their own informed decision-making. To do right and not to do wrong, to act in harmony with natural law, is to not steal. Some form of property is always being stolen when a wrong action is committed. No victim, no crime. Your rights, being a form of property, belong to you as a birthright. Slaves do not know or act on behalf of their rights. Can slavery be a right? How was it justified? It can only be a legal, quote, right. It cannot be a real right. Enslavement is the continual claim for the theft of one's own property. Another being does not belong to you, just as a form of theft is taking something which does not belong to you. Even if we don't accept the premises of, quote, rights, we can understand why abolitionism was done in the past for general moral and ownership purposes. Legality cannot become morality, turning rights into privileges that must be granted or revoked. One can only claim to do this and convince others that it is legitimate. Legality as imposed morality is claiming the theft of one's own moral compass, conscience, and freedom of choice. It does not matter how many people have justified slavery in the past, because the act itself is a claim of ownership over somebody who does not belong to the claimant. Justification comes from the Latin noun jus, which means right, and the Latin verb facere, which means to make or to create, meaning to create a right, even if it isn't actually right. Slavery is not the only example of an act that is wrong, gone unaddressed, as democide, the top cause of unnatural death, is known as, quote, death by government. It is responsible for deaths carried out in the name of, quote, following orders, often for the, quote, greater good, thereby suppressing individuals' own moral compass or conscience, questioning if the individual action should actually be committed or condoned. A wrong is always wrong. A right is always right, even if it takes centuries to find this out and align our actions toward it. Chaos will ultimately ensue in our ignorance to teach us our wrongs. Then, knowing how exactly such wrongs have manifested can prevent the chaos from happening again. Slavery can be put to an end for actual right. What is a claim? An imposition, declaration, or demand based either upon belief or knowledge. Just because an action can be committed does not make it right, another word for correct. A claim over property that belongs to you is just, correct, right. A claim over property that belongs to someone else is unjust, incorrect, wrong. A quote from Larkin Rose, a philosopher and author, states, "Whether the issue is math, morality, or anything else, there is a huge difference between trying to determine what is true and trying to dictate what is true. The former is useful, the latter is insane." End quote. What is equality? The condition in which everyone has the same rights. A condition of which no slavery is present. Since rights are a birthright, this would mean people are born equal by their base nature of everyone sharing humanity. No one person can have any more or less rights than anyone else. People can only be kept away from exercising their own rights by others doing wrong to them or by their own belief that they need permission from an, quote, authority in order to exercise a right. Any action that is right is an action that promotes equality. Think of the golden rule: do unto others what you would want done unto you. What is inequality? The condition in which some people claim to have more rights than others. A condition of which slavery is present. This would mean that rights are not respected as a birthright and are instead treated as privileges, assuming that some people have the right to grant and revoke others' rights, assuming that those with this, quote, authority are more human or a special kind of human in order to do so. This creates a dynamic where those of less rights are not allowed to conduct actions that those of more rights could exercise. You require permission to be free from the chosen, and the most freedom is for the chosen. For slavery in the past, the granting for the freedom of slaves was known as manumission or enfranchisement. What is freedom? The condition for what one is able to do or has permission, hence permits, to do under their current legislator authority. It is to be cited in fancy pieces of paper with writing that this individual is able to pursue what the legislator authority provides to them, thus assuming man-made rights and man-made law. What is real freedom? The condition of freedom is the absence of slavery. Freedom includes infinite possibility, including the possibility of chaos that may attempt to limit freedom. The ability to live your life as you so choose, since it belongs to you and you alone. Freedom, however, is not free, since it is your property. Therefore, it is your responsibility to understand ownership and be responsible for your own freedom. Freedom, being a birthright property, is therefore natural and destined for your own life. You must own your own freedom by knowing how to manifest and maintain it. Any voluntary interaction is a freedom-based interaction. The exercise of rights is the exercise of freedom. What is involuntary? An interaction of which is not consensual. An interaction done against someone's own free will choice. This is an interaction against real freedom, as it is telling someone what to do with their own property of freedom, committing theft upon their right to choose how to live their own life. It is backed by violence in its proceeding. An involuntary action is therefore wrong, making a claim upon the property of another, therefore legitimizing an act of slavery. What is violence? To violate the inherent rights of other beings through theft is actually what is meant to conduct violence. An act of violence is the immoral initiation of force to coerce, compel, or restrain. What is chaos? The condition of which slavery and violence is systemic, otherwise known as manifested evil. The result of imbalance, otherwise known as injustice. Justice is order, balance. You can look at the scales of justice to represent this. You can also look at the yin and yang symbol, which also represents balance. What is not violence? The use of force for self-defense and retaliation to those who are actively committing the violence, as done by slaves of the past in order to free themselves. You can help others achieve their own freedom, but only you can truly free yourself. If someone refuses to be free or never embraces their freedom, they will never truly be free. However, you can voluntarily choose to help defend others' freedom against those who seek to do violence against them. This is the self-defense principle. To choose not to commit violence is known as the non-aggression principle. How does slavery manifest? Number 1, mental slavery to physical slavery. Number 2, when the act of slavery is committed and condoned. What is mental slavery? The condition of unquestionable self-induced servitude, not being able to reason and think for yourself. The condition of mind control. leading to and maintaining physical slavery. Many slaves thought they were meant to be slaves, unquestionable for them, a reality without it. Therefore, freedom is feared and security dependence is embraced. It became normal for the lack of responsibility over their own property, as it wasn't recognized and embraced as their own. It belonged to their master. Violence isn't necessary if the slave complies on their own and becomes convinced of their own slavery and lack of need and freedom. What is physical slavery? The condition of violence-based compliance for servitude. Whether the slave is mentally a slave or not, violence will ensure that the slave becomes mentally enslaved through the trauma of fear. What is fear? The condition of an individual who cannot be aware, as it has been shut down, vulnerable for what may influence them. Due to the lack of awareness, this condition manifests to ignorance, confusion, control, and chaos. The only escape from fear is courage. The opposite of fear is love. A slave owner doesn't truly love a human being that they consider less than human or adequate for slavery by any means. This individual is in fear of losing their slave control, remaining ignorant of their own responsibilities and their slave's own property. A slave may never know real love, as obedience to authority is the only virtue, the only reward. Why is slavery bad? It is immoral, contributing to injustice within the world, ultimately leading up to chaos, as seen by the cruel hardships endured by slaves, the harsh punishments created by slave owners, and the revolution attempts by slaves throughout history. However, it does not matter which slave was punished more than another. If slavery is inherently immoral, such an action should not be committed or condoned at all. While mental slavery may be a more covert form of overt physical slavery in reality, it must be addressed if it always leads to the condition of physical slavery. The act contributes to the condition, but any action first requires a mindset that permits it. Why is labor important? What you produce is the fruits of your labor. You have ownership over this property. If taking 100% of someone's property is theft, what percentage isn't? If claiming 100% ownership of someone's property is slavery, what percentage isn't? Taxation is one of the greatest examples of theft, dressed up in a new word, written on fancy pieces of paper and covered with justification. Physical slavery is having someone work for you, with little to no pay and involuntarily. Theft is having someone pay you and involuntarily. The big issue to spot here is that both situations are involuntary, therefore both involve a lack of freedom and the need for violence for compliance. You may get no pay, and physical slavery becomes just as bad as theft itself, but slavery is still a form of theft because you don't have a choice in your labor, and if you are physically enslaved, what can you do with your pay? Ownership over the property of your life is the ownership over the property of everything else within your life. What is yours unless you voluntarily give it away. Anything else is mental or physical slavery. What is the source? Nature, birth. Otherwise, there can be no foundation for knowing and applying rights, freedom, equality, slavery, etc. Otherwise, everything is based upon man-made whims and opinions, regardless of real-world consequences, due to natural law, such as the condition of chaos. If we want a better world, we must know what is right, learning the effects to our behavior over time. This is learning from history, so not to repeat it. How does someone become a slave? Mentally or physically for servitude. Either they are convinced to be a slave mentally for themselves or for others, or they are violently complied into being a slave physically. People have historically become physical slaves as a result of government war or government jailing systems. Children of slaves become automatic slaves. Is slavery natural? It is not reality. It is based upon belief. Nobody is born a slave by nature. They become a slave due to man-made imposition. A right is an action which doesn't violate the nature of another, and the nature of people are to simply be people, not cattle for other people who are technically the same as them, humankind. The fact slavery was a part of a way of life, even being born into a slave family, made the practice seem legitimate until the application of human natural rights and natural law in the 18th and 19th century. All that came with slavery was seen as natural as a result. From mass, long-endured unpaid labor, to severe punishment, to prisoners of war, to obedience to, quote, authority, it was seen as practical for the growth of society, even if it was at the cost of others' freedom, others' lives. What is belief? It is a supposition without knowledge, or it is an opinion. It is an acceptance that something exists, even if it may not. If more knowledge was present, it would be less of a belief. If one doesn't know, they won't say no. Belief can often be a lie. Belief systems are often responsible for the closed-mindedness of individuals, the many forms of man-made religions, from man-made money, which people believe in, to the theater sports game of man-made politics, which people believe in. What people believe in will occupy much of their life via time and attention, the real currency. If an individual maintains an opinion, which people will have, is it right to impose that opinion on others, essentially imposing their will on others? It is never right, as to impose would mean that it is involuntary, and that is the theft of the individual's property of freedom to live life as they please. The slave master is able to impose their will upon the willing slave as much as they please. The slave may beg for change, but that simply legitimizes their condition of being a slave, needing to ask for permission to exercise a right. Therefore, the slave is in a mindset of mental slavery, a belief that they must maintain their situation even if it can be made better. This slave, however, does not have the knowledge, or is ignorant of the knowledge, that the situation they are in is inherently immoral and cannot be changed. It must be abolished. Similarly, a myth or superstition is a long-held false belief. What makes slavery seemingly part of a way of life? It is commonly known throughout history as an established institution, supposedly necessary for productive businesses and trade. It is widely accepted that certain individuals have less rights than others. Individuals were taught to believe slavery was essential or natural to society. When was slavery first practiced? The following is all mainstream and not a theory. In order to understand the, quote, established institution of slavery, we need to go back to the roots of humankind. BC, before Christ, and BCE, before Common Era, are the same, counting down before the year 1. AD, Anno Domini, and CE, Common Era, are the same, counting up after the year 1. BP, before present, is before the year 1950 AD/CE. Humans supposedly first appeared on Earth around 300,000 years ago in the Middle Paleolithic Stone Age, which was from 300,000 BP to 50,000 BP. The first and oldest formal government was known as the Sumerian Empire, or Ancient Mesopotamia, first settled between 4,500 and 4,000 BC. This is also when systemic slavery was officially first established. Therefore, if we do the math, it has been about 6,000 plus years since the first form of government. That means for about 294,000 minus years, human beings lived without any form of government or systemic slavery that we can take note of. People may attribute slavery with the growth in population. However, slavery was due to the lack of morality via imposed moral relativism, the focus on centralization and collectivism, the result of war or the monopoly on violence, the obedience to presumed, quote, authority, and the growth of mass agriculture and industry, resulting in soil nutrient depletion and pollution. In Sumeria, the authority of, quote, rulers or, quote, masters was seen as legitimate, as they had the supposed, quote, divine right to rule, being the priest class above others who are not. This, quote, right to rule doesn't exist by our definition of rights. There is no such thing as the delegation of a wrong. It is a claim of ownership over another's property. It is theft. It is immoral. Nobody can be born into this world as a master or vested, quote, authority unless they are able to convince others that they are a special kind of human, as done in Sumeria. This, quote, authority isn't a right they are born with. It is a right that never can and never will exist. It is entirely of belief. Some sources may claim slavery started around 11,000 years ago in the Neolithic Revolution. However, that's only when the Neolithic Revolution first started in 10,000 BC. There is little to no evidence to be found of systemic slavery occurring until the founding of the Sumerian Empire, as slavery was practiced in every ancient civilization known thereafter. How can an, quote, established institution be founded without a system in place that makes it such? How can it be systemic without a system, especially as an unnatural condition? The oldest law codes of these ancient empires often convince the legitimacy of their system, the need for masters, proclaiming to be of equity and truth, as it says in the law code of Ur-Nammu, or, quote, to prevent the strong from oppressing the weak, as it says in the law code of Hammurabi. This is despite the existence and exercise of overt slavery, while deciding for the slaves what their rights are and deciding upon their own whims what their punishments are to be. It did not matter what the slave masters decided to title themselves, whether they were priests or priest-kings, or what they tried to make sound just, as they were still engaging in the act of slavery. What is a bully? Someone who dominates or pressures over another. Aggression, often on a consistent basis, as a means of coercion if it is the act of bullying another into doing something. It requires an abuse and of power, whether it be of a mental expression or physical expression. Therefore, it is this that the slave master has upon their slave. The most potent strategies against bullies is to walk away if possible or find a way to stand up to them. Ultimately, the resistance to slavery, to where a bully becomes someone who cannot bully you anymore. A quote from Larkin Rose, a philosopher and author, states, quote, "It should be stressed that authority is always in the eye of the beholder. If the one being controlled believes that the one controlling him has the right to do so, then the one being controlled sees the controller as authority. If the one being controlled does not perceive the control to be legitimate, then the controller is not viewed as authority, but is seen simply as a bully or a thug." What should people want their children to learn? If parents have the ability to guide their children, which they shall, and if parents want the best for them, guiding them through their growth and decision-making, then parents will likely uphold the knowledge of basic morality and ownership. People generally want truth, equality, love, justice, order, and freedom. How many actually teach it is dependent upon how many people actually know it. We should want our children to know how to recognize bullying, to not be the bully and not be bullied. By knowing slavery and what is wrong, it helps us know more of what is right. Morality is the root to all injustice. If people truly care for their children, they want them to make the right actions in life, to achieve a happy and healthy condition, not the wrong actions in life that lead to a slavish condition, which is the opposite. Do no harm, but take no harm. Do not tread on me, but do not tread on anyone. Don't put people on pedestals. Simple principles, because justice is a natural principle, not law unless it is natural law. In the condition of slavery, it is imposing man-made law for rules of behavior upon other people, where justice is according to whim, and there are no principles. Rules often become more and more complex over time, as done by the many different forms of slavery and legal codes practiced. A quote by Lysander Spooner, an abolitionist, lawyer, and a philosopher, states, "Children learn the fundamental principles of natural law at a very early age. Thus, they very early understand that one child must not, without just cause, strike or otherwise hurt another, that one child must not assume any arbitrary control or domination over another, that one child must not either by force, deceit, or stealth obtain possession of anything that belongs to another, that if one child commits any of these wrongs against another, it is not only the right of the injured child to resist, and if need be, punish the wrongdoer and compel him to make reparation, but that it is also the right and the moral duty of all other children and all other persons to assist the injured party in defending his rights and redressing his wrongs. These are fundamental principles of natural law, which govern the most important transactions of man with man. Yet, children learn them earlier than they learn that 3 and 3 are 6, or 5 and 5, 10. Their childish plays even could not be carried on without a constant regard to them, and it is equally impossible for persons of any age to live together in peace on any other conditions. What is a natural leader? An individual who does not seek rulership, but rather seeks to influence others. This is where knowledge is encouraged, because if an idea is so good, it does not need to be mandated, it can be taught. That takes work, but that's what creates a natural leader. This follows the nature of a guide or coach, inspiring others to be the change and find their inner leader within themselves. Health practitioners, doctors, teachers, parents are to fulfill this role. The 5 Questions by Larkin Rose. Number 1. Is there any means by which any number of individuals can delegate to someone else the moral right to do something which none of the individuals have the moral right to do themselves? Number 2. Do those who wield political power, presidents, legislators, etc., have the moral right to do things which other people do not have the moral right to do? If so, from whom and how did they acquire such a right? Number 3. Is there any process, constitutions, elections, legislation, by which human beings can transform an immoral act into a moral act without changing the act itself? Number 4. When lawmakers and law enforcers use coercion and force in the name of law and government, do they bear the same responsibility for their actions that anyone else would who did the same thing on his own? Number 5. When there is a conflict between an individual's own moral conscience and the commands of a political authority, is the individual morally obligated to do what he personally views as wrong in order to, quote, obey the law? What is the condition of slavery? A condition would constitute a systemic situation based on repetitive or aggregated actions. Government is the condition of slavery, as it provides a system for the systemic action of claiming ownership over the life of another individual or their property and the control over the life of another by threat of violence. The first and oldest government was the first and oldest condition of slavery. This may come as a shock to some, but it is most evident. From the Latin verb gubernare, to control, and the Latin noun mens, the mind. The etymological origin of the English suffix ment is often debated, yet it is overwhelmingly clear that those who created the English language deliberately chose mens, the Latin word for mind, to mean the state of or the condition of, in direct keeping with the first principle of natural law, a Hermetic principle, the principle of mentalism, which demonstrates that in order for any particular thing, event, circumstance, state, or condition to exist, as it currently does in our manifested reality, the plane of effects, it must first have existed in the mind, the plane of causality. What are the symptoms of slavery? Control, war or conflict, trauma, fear, including the fear of freedom, democide, and the lack of love, knowledge, sovereignty, freedom, and order. Other signs may include a lack of health, few possessions, or the lack of knowing or ownership thereof, or restriction of movement. These symptoms manifest in the macro and micro, otherwise known as the individual and collective. The conditioning of the condition of slavery occurs where individuals may soon simply, quote, follow orders in order to get by, even if the order is not right, since morals are out of the question and outright violated. What is real? Anything that exists, based in reality, nature, the source. It is what is genuine, having physical existence, not created by belief. It is legitimized by knowledge. What is a state? Any, quote, government presuming to create the conditions on earth. A state created by belief, with no actual physical existence itself. It is simply people like you and I. They may use fancy clothing or fancy pieces of writing, but it does not legitimize an act of slavery. It does not make people have more rights than others or create rights that don't exist. This can only be believed to be legitimate when in reality it is not. What is a real state? An existing physical condition based upon action, based on a mental condition, based upon reason. This may be referred to as the mental state for the physical state. Human beings, being programmable like computers, are able to become conditioned to the conditions brought upon them, especially at a younger age. Nature is all there is as a physical state or condition, as it is the real source, the eternal, immutable, universal condition. Any government state is assuming to be natural when it is not. It is attempting to become the state of nature, where the slave only does what they are given permission to do by other beings in this system, determining what conditions should or should not exist, thereof the power of, quote, the state. It is man ultimately attempting to play God, as the state knows what's best for you, you must obey the state. A mental slave may say, quote, the state should know what's best for us, that, quote, the state can be made better with our help, it is our slavery, we the people, but does it matter how much better of a condition a slave can make their slavery? How could the slaves be in charge if they, by definition of government, put others in charge of their own lives and property? The only solution is abolition of what's fake, the illusion state, and the integration with what's real, the natural state. What is a law? Dictates based upon dogmatic beliefs, constructs of the mind, for dictating others' actions to take in their own life, complied with due to the fear of punishment, violence. It is never universal or timeless. It differs with location and changes with time based upon whose beliefs get to be imposed as, quote, law, disregarding morality or natural justice, ownership, and natural law. A man-made law is unnatural law. Even if 99% of people agree with something, should their belief or will be imposed upon the 1%? If 99% of people get to be free, 1% have to be slaves, is that right? If it isn't voluntary, it isn't consensual, it isn't right. A right can't be turned into a wrong, and nobody deserves to be a slave. If a man-made law is in harmony with real law, ownership, then it follows logically that it is redundant, since it is stating a law that is already existing, inherent, and self-evident. Therefore, it is both irrelevant and unnecessary. If a man-made law is in opposition to real law, then it follows logically that it is both false, incorrect, and immoral, harmful, or in other words, wrong, which means not right. Therefore, it cannot be legitimately binding upon anyone. Slavery can never be freedom. They are exact opposites. If all slavery, all government is tyranny, no slavery, no government is liberty. All government is slavery, no government is freedom. This makes sense. People will always make rules for their own property, but if there is no violence for compliance, it is voluntary. If it's of their ownership, it is not slavery. It is just people working together. Government, which creates man's law, is therefore best referred to as slavery, since it refers to the specific practice, as opposed to what people would rather think it is. Endless bloodshed and slavery was only ever the result of mass belief systems of mind control, mental slavery for physical slavery. An authority is an author of man-made law. What is a real law? An existing condition which is binding and immutable, which means it cannot be changed. It abides by principle. In the case of rights via natural law, it is based upon principles such as self-defense, non-aggression, and ownership. harmonized with and brought about with knowledge and understanding. It is universal and timeless, non-man-made, existing and applying anywhere in the world. Slavery is not natural, because by its nature, it's man's law that creates it. Natural law implies that freedom, ownership, and justice alike is inherent, based in reality, not caused or created by humankind to fit whatever agenda they want to impose. Be sure to read all the previous concepts before moving on. Given our understanding of the previous concepts, what really creates slavery? Government, being what slavery really is simply based on mental slavery, leading to physical slavery. It would make sense that people mentally believe in slavery so that they can physically try to create slavery, even if it can never truly be a physical reality. This is why the mind of a slave is in constant conflict with that of the slave master. They ultimately desire to be free because they are meant to be free. They also become in conflict with themselves. Their mind becomes at conflict with their physical body. The slave master may even have psychological problems within themselves, projecting their problems to their slaves or developing psychopathic traits. Everyone deserves to be free from external rulers, but there still are rules for ourselves, our internal ruler, and we must know them ourselves. We must know ourselves. A master of self, self-mastery, self-ownership, self-government, responsibility, if we are to even be free to begin with. However, what really creates the external rulers, the external government? Mental slavery is the root cause. Mental slavery is actually known as statism. It is statism that creates the government state. Statism is the belief that there is such a thing as, quote, authority vested in certain human beings, magically giving them the, quote, right to rule over other people. This authority means that certain people who we call, quote, government, have the moral right to issue commands to those whom they rule, those under their jurisdiction, which means to say what the law is, and that their subjects or slaves have a moral obligation to obey the arbitrary dictates or laws set by their masters. Most simply put, statism is the belief in the legitimacy of slavery. Without statism, there can be no slaves of masters, and therefore there can be no masters of slaves. The slaves must free themselves or with free people's help, hence the cause for abolitionism. Those called government or police are no different from everyday people, otherwise such would be supremacy, inequality. It's as simple as knowing our nature. As the Liberator newspaper motto states, quote, "Our country is the world, our countrymen are all mankind." Extra, what is a psychopath? Someone who has no empathy, who may engage in abnormal or violent behavior, considered a morally irresponsible person, mentally deranged, one who obeys his impulses regardless of social morals. A slave master often has psychopathic traits, even if it doesn't always seem so obvious or violence is not committed by themselves personally. The slave may be considered the criminal for disobeying authority to be free, but perhaps they aren't the real criminal after all. Similarly, a sociopath is an individual with an enduring pattern of behavior characterized by the disregard for and violation of the rights of others, disregarding right and wrong. Psychopaths tend to be more deceiving and planned in their actions, therefore making better criminals. Sociopaths and psychopaths, especially with slaves, will not care for abolitionism. Extra. What is a gang? A group of people who regularly or particularly commit crimes, who claim ownership over different pieces of land. Slave masters claim ownership and by their practice utilize victims, committing immoral acts, crimes. A quote by Larkin Rose, a philosopher and author, states, "What distinguishes a street gang from government is how they are perceived by the people they control. The trespasses, robbery, extortion, assault, and murder committed by common thugs are perceived by almost everyone as being immoral, unjustified, and criminal. Their victims may comply with their demands, but not out of any feeling of moral obligation to obey, merely out of fear. If the intended victims of the street gang thought they could resist without any danger to themselves, they would do so without the slightest feeling of guilt. They do not perceive the street thug to be any sort of legitimate, rightful ruler. They do not imagine him to be, quote, authority. The loot the thug collects is not referred to as taxes, and his threats are not called laws. Quote, what literally happens is that one group of people issues a command, and their enforcers impose it upon the masses, by punishing disobedience. This is what the mafia does, what street gangs do, what schoolyard bullies do, and what all, quote, governments do. The difference is that when government does it, it uses not only threats, but also indoctrination of both the enforcers and the general public. Where the message of most thugs is usually direct and honest, do what I say or I hurt you, the government message involves a great deal of psychology and mind control, which is essential to making the state mercenaries feel righteous about inflicting oppression on others. The controllers in government portray themselves as lawmakers who have the right to govern society, portray their commands as laws, and portray any who disobey as criminals. And unlike mafia heavies, those who administer retribution against any who disobey the politicians are portrayed not merely as hired thugs, but as noble, quote, law enforcers who are righteously protecting society from all the uncivilized, contemptuous lawbreakers. Quote, even a gang with tanks, planes, bombs, and other weapons has no power to control an armed populace for long unless it first dupes the people into believing that it has the right to control them. Extra. What is a monopoly? When there exists only one supplier for a type of commodity, creating dependency and eliminating competition, many will actually define government as what creates monopolies, and the monopolies to have existed all received assistance from government. A popular definition of government is that it is a monopoly on violence. As akin, slavery is seen as legitimate violence. It is also said that the only lasting cartels have been government cartels, referring to collusion and domination in markets. Freedom provides choice. Slavery provides no choice. Extra. What is brain imbalance? This is when the human brain high-order thinking neocortex is imbalanced either toward the left brain or right brain. A left brain imbalanced individual will seek power and control. A right brain imbalanced individual will be naive and follow orders. We want to be in control of ourselves while knowing what actions are right versus what actions are wrong. This leads to a brain balance between the two hemispheres. While the science may have disputes, the concept of control and the lack thereof still holds true. Dependence or mind control comes from weakened, ill minds or imbalanced minds, mental instability related to insecurity. Extra. What is Satanism? Based on Anton LaVey's works, generally practiced as a do as thou will, and that will be the whole of the law doctrine, disregarding morality. It claims that might is right, upholding impulses rather than conscience or high-order neocortex thinking. It is simply atheism, in addition to self-preservation, survival of the fittest embraced by social humans. It is essentially the practice that there are actually no rules but what we create. It is of left brain imbalance and ego potentially validating the slave master. Freedom isn't free if it's not for everybody and without self-control being recognized and taught. While there may be other types of Satanism, this is to demonstrate a common practice in the world, regardless of religion. Extra. What is an illness? From ill, meaning morally evil or hurtful, unhealthy, sick. It makes sense to why the word unnatural may also then refer to being at variance with moral standards. Considering the fact that mental slavery is a more powerful tool than physical slavery for control, as the slave has enslaved thyself, legitimizing evil, hurtful behavior, statism can be seen as the mental illness of mental slavery. The mental health crisis seen in the world and the impacts of diet and environment will play a toll in regards to slavery, as an unhealthy slave will be easier to control and via dependence mentally and physically. Like any illness, it must be diagnosed, diagnosis by way of knowledge, and treated at the root cause by asking why. From the conscious resistance, Danilo Seller states, quote, "The illusion of freedom is a more powerful tool to manipulate and subjugate a populace than any gun or stick can ever be. Guns can run out of ammunition, and sticks can be broken, but mental enslavement to authority endures the ages. By this method, the people will submit because they have been bred and programmed to do so since before they could talk or reason. They know of no other relationship than that of master and slave or ruler and subject. They grow to adore their servitude and reproach anyone who would seek to criticize their master, just as a dog jumps with excitement when his master fills his food bowl and faithfully guards him against invaders. The main difference is that we far outnumber our oppressors, and yet we tolerate their abuses because we cannot conceive of a world without their arbitrary restrictions and sundry taxes. We generally believe that it is necessary and moral for a society to rob its brothers and sisters to fund projects that are neither wanted nor useful. To deny the people the freedom to do with their currency what they will is the foundation for tyranny of the most egregious form, for with that currency government may fund its own expansion and thereby continually justify its own existence through the Hegelian dialectic. The Hegelian dialectic means controlled opposition of one side against another in a division, intentionally creating a problem, expecting a reaction to implement an agenda-oriented solution. Extra. What is cognitive dissonance? When a current belief is in contradiction to new coming knowledge and the individual cannot accept anything other than their current belief. This is mental slavery to an individual's own thoughts. In light of an individual's previous positioning, it creates uncomfortable feelings, ignorance, and justification. If a slave master was long a slave master, long promoting it, it's unlikely they will give it up easily. The same goes for a slave. Long legitimizing their slavery and trained into such, it's unlikely they will want to embrace real freedom. Since the slave has never lived real freedom, it is fearful, especially if the slave master could convince the slave that freedom is chaos, to be avoided in the comfort of, quote, security. When facing statism, there will surely be cognitive dissonance, denial, and contradictions. Most people at heart know that violence and slavery is wrong, for example, yet they will allow it if done by, quote, government, creating a contradiction in need of honest recognition if there is to be any healing via self-control and self-assessment. Extra. What is self-loathing? The underlying psychological condition that causes people to attempt to abdicate their own responsibility, to exercise conscience, common sense, in choosing right over wrong and fall into patterns of order following and justification. Just as it is not possible for an order follower to truly be exercising conscience, it is not possible for an order follower to truly love themselves. Self-loathing is created when an earlier trauma has been suppressed and buried into the subconscious mind, instead of being confronted, dealt with, and healed. Such trauma can take the form of feelings of inadequacy, whether real, suggested, or imagined. Quote, "They are in the cage, and they love being in the cage." The only kind of people that have no desire for real freedom, it maintains mental slavery. Self-respect, respectere, to take another look, heals self-loathing. If you don't have $10 in your pocket, you could impossibly give it to someone else. You must obtain it first before you can give it away. Therefore, nobody can give respect to anyone else unless they first developed it inwardly. It may have been hard to convince for abolitionism back then in a system of overt slavery, and it will be hard now in a system of more covert slavery. As slavery has continued in its many forms, it has gotten less harsh over time as the aggregate moral growth in society grows. But we ought to make sure such growth is still occurring if we want to achieve our fullest potential. More moral society, more freedom. Less moral society, less freedom. There may be an abundance of mindsets to diagnose, and characterize behavior in effect for both the slave master and slave. Extra. Why do people seek ruling over others? Knowledge as power, as that of knowing the cost of freedom, can be used for good or for bad, depending on those who have such knowledge, if they use it for empowering all people's freedom or manipulating others for their own freedom, but that doesn't change the nature of the act of slavery. When people are insecure of themselves, they may seek power through a form of slavery, government, for their false sense of security. Usually it is related to an individual's upbringing in youth. If an individual is lacking a father-like source figure, they will want a protector. If an individual is lacking a mother-like source figure, they will want a caretaker. Some individuals don't have such needs, simply desiring a less abusive form of slavery for themselves or others, since their mental slavery of statism cannot get them thinking of the possibility of having no masters at all. Slavery will never provide real security, as there will never be sovereignty, self-ownership, and self-defense for property that belongs with you. Knowing the nature of power itself is enough to know of how it cannot be trusted upon any individual or group of individuals, and how it naturally corrupts even the best of people, always resulting in chaos. It is giving an individual the non-existent right to be a slave master. However, as much as people may want to blame those in power, the blame or culpability belongs on those who give power, that being the everyday mass people. One presumed slave master can give an order to 100 slaves, and it is ultimately the choice of the slaves if they should carry out the order. If they do, they are the ones responsible, since they carried it out. The average person generally does not want to rule over their fellow man, for usually good reason. They may even know how bad the condition of slavery is, talking about how it must be changed. What they don't realize is that it is slavery, and the only way it can be changed is through abolitionism. A controlling person, by definition, is someone who demonstrates abusive behavior, coercion, and violence. To seek any form of government is no different. Narcissism is also at play for the seeking of power within security, as it involves a sense of superiority, need for admiration, and a lack of empathy, valuing people less than others. Ultimately, however, no government power can be given to individuals who seek power unless by statism, mental slavery. People shall never give someone the right to be a slave master to make them slaves, because in reality that is wrong and can never be legitimately done. What is dependence? A lack of self-control, of independence, and therefore the seeking of external control, giving in to an oppressor or provider. It is mental slavery. When security is placed externally, it implies a lack of security internally, creating a false sense of security that is an attempt to abdicate responsibility. If a slave never comes to secure their own self, their own freedom, their own ownership, they will never be free. Freedom relies that the slave no longer needs a slave master or slave handlers to defend thyself. The undying obedience to authority is also demonstrated by Dr. Stanley Milgram and his experiments, which is documented in his book, Obedience to Authority. Since government provides no resource in nature and only acts as the transferer of resources, everything that government provides to someone has been stolen from someone else. People can help voluntarily, but they may be giving you help at the expense of another involuntarily, if one does not know how they are being helped and why. Asking why gets to the root cause of the symptoms. It is what the symptoms depend on. Why does government provide? To keep people in trust with their mental slavery. How does government provide? Theft, by keeping people in fear, mental slavery, of punishment, physical slavery if they do not comply with demands. Therefore, government exists and grows out of mental slavery, leading to physical slavery. Government is slavery. What is self-government? This is self-control. From the definition of government, self-government would mean self-mind control, which makes sense as only we can truly be in control of our own mind. We are not fully instinctual animals, barbaric, always seeking for power. We have a moral conscience to choose right over wrong, and if we choose to continue to develop it as a species, we would create the opposite condition of slavery, where individuals are able to control themselves, real self-government. We can put the past behind as we are developed beings with the capacity of reasoning, unless we are to stay suppressed in our reasoning and knowledge, making us more susceptible to government slavery. Those who do not put in the effort of making real freedom possible because they think humans will never be able to be sovereign are enforcing mental slavery in their hopelessness, a slave that will never truly be free. If external government doesn't exist in reality, self-government being the only government is simply the self. There is no government in reality. Therefore, government created slavery, government is slavery. Statism, mental slavery, creates government, physical slavery. Government depends on statism, statism depends on you. Free by nature, slaves by government. But without government, government is not a, quote, necessary evil, as some people may claim, because the same argument could have been made for more overt slavery in the past. It is no coincidence that the same exact arguments against the abolition of slavery are the same exact arguments against the abolition of government. These arguments would be made by an individual who is of mental slavery, statism. Claims made against abolitionism is as follows. Slavery is natural. Government is natural. Slavery has always existed. Government has always existed. Every society has slavery. Every society has government. Slaves are not capable of taking care of themselves. People are not capable of taking care of themselves. Without masters, the slaves will die off. Without government, the people will die off. Where the common people are free, they are even worse off than slaves. Where the common people have no government, they are much worse off. Getting rid of slavery would create great bloodshed and other evils. Getting rid of government would create great bloodshed and other evils. Without slavery, the former slaves would run amok, stealing, raping, killing, and generally causing mayhem. Without government, the people would run amok, stealing, raping, killing, and generally causing mayhem. Trying to get rid of slavery is foolishly utopian and impractical. Only a fuzzy-headed dreamer would advance such ridiculous proposal. Trying to get rid of government is foolishly utopian and impractical. Only a fuzzy-headed dreamer would advance such ridiculous proposal. Forget abolition. A far better plan is to keep the slaves sufficiently well fed, clothed, housed, and occasionally entertained, and to take their minds off their exploitation by encouraging them to focus on the better life that awaits them in the hereafter. Forget anarchy. A far better plan is to keep the slaves sufficiently well fed, clothed, housed, and occasionally entertained, to take their minds off their exploitation by encouraging them to focus on the better life that awaits them in the hereafter. Without slavery, who will pick the cotton? Without government, who will build the roads? There will be slavery anyways. There will be government anyways. A quote from William Lloyd Garrison, a journalist and abolitionist. This is satire. Quote, "The slaves are kept in bondage for their own good. Liberty is a curse to the free people of color. Their condition is worse than that of the slaves." A quote by Larkin Rose, a philosopher and author, states, "Silly arguments are never made in situations where authority is not involved. No one would accept the claim that it is okay for a restaurant to force someone to pay for food he did not order on the grounds that otherwise the person might starve. No one would accept the claim that it is okay for a builder to force someone to pay for a building he did not order on the grounds that otherwise the person might be homeless. But even more ridiculous would be to claim that it is okay for one street gang to run a protection racket so that they have the resources to keep all the other dangerous street gangs out of their city. Yet that is exactly the attempted justification for all government, that it must be allowed to commit aggression against everyone so that it can protect them from others who might commit aggression against them. What is anarchy? Whatever you want to do, chaos. As a political doctrine, it will be defined arbitrarily and include personal tag preferences. What is real anarchy? From Greek anarchon, the absence of rulers. Just as monarchy comes from monarchon, one ruler, it does not mean without rules. As to even attain the condition of anarchy, one must know the rules, past the belief that rules must only come from man-made rulers. Since nobody is ruling over anyone else, the state is freedom, nature. If people don't know of statism and continue having a statist mentality, systemic slavery will keep rising again and again. Anarchist is simply another word for abolitionist when we refer to the specific definition. However, for the sake of making our intentions clear and knowing that freedom isn't free, that there are rules, that this is a fight against slavery, abolitionism makes it clear that we are following the path we paved from previous abolitionism, which was against more overt forms of slavery. Therefore, the real condition of anarchy is the absence of slavery, where knowledge of rules concerning ownership, responsibility, rights, etc., is in circulation by the mass public without fear, where because there are no slaves, as they have freed themselves, there can be no masters. There is no master plan to such scenario, as no one person gets to decide how everything works for everybody else. Therefore, the condition of a stateless society, freedom, cannot be expected to be exactly described by any individual. People will freely and voluntarily make things work without violence, just as they do with everything else outside of politics. The attacks given to abolitionists of the past often apply to the abolitionists of the present day. What about limited government? There can be no such thing as a limit on slavery, as an act of slavery is an act of slavery. The condition of slavery will always manifest so long as the act of slavery is permitted, because people are unwilling to recognize slavery as inherently wrong to be completely abolished. Therefore, any limit put upon government, as done in history countless times, never works and is simply a waste of time, short of abolitionism, what is destined for freedom. What about hierarchy? It is not slavery, as many people confuse society with government since they presume slavery to be natural. Voluntary hierarchies are natural and exists in many places, which is not slavery, being entirely different from involuntary authoritarian hierarchies based on violence and belief, which is slavery. A crime versus slavery? Slavery is crime guaranteed, happening repeatedly. There will always exist crime. The question is how crime becomes aggregated. Only with government there is slavery, and therefore the aggregation of crime, since it is permitted. A quote by Lysander Spooner, an abolitionist, lawyer, and a philosopher, states, "The highwayman takes solely upon himself the responsibility, danger, and crime of his own act. He does not pretend that he has any rightful claim to your money or that he intends to use it for your own benefit. He does not pretend to be anything but a robber. He has not acquired impudence enough to profess to be merely a protector, in that he takes men's money against their will merely to enable him to protect those infatuated travelers who feel perfectly able to protect themselves or do not appreciate his peculiar system of protection. He is too sensible a man to make such professions as these. Furthermore, having taken your money, he leaves you as you wish him to do. He does not persist in following you on the road against your will, assuming to be your rightful sovereign on account of the protection he affords you. He does not keep, quote, protecting you by commanding you to bow down and serve him, by requiring you to do this and forbidding you to do that, by robbing you of more money as often as he finds it for his interest or pleasure to do so, and by branding you as a rebel, a traitor, and an enemy to your country, and shooting you down without mercy if you dispute his authority or resist his demands. He is too much of a gentleman to be guilty of such impostures and insults and villainies as these. In short, he does not, in addition to robbing you, attempt to make you either his dupe or his slave." Were there past abolitionists who knew this? Lysander Spooner was an abolitionist, anarchist, and teacher of natural law. He also spoke of how the American Civil War did not end slavery. It must be known that it cannot be expected that every abolitionist understood slavery to the fullest extent, since their ideas were the first of its kind. They are not living in an age of mass information and history. The same could be said for the American Revolution. If they recognized that everyone was equal, why did they have slaves? The transition is a timely process, as long as people are putting in the care and effort toward that transition. Supposedly, Jefferson had slaves, yet fought slavery. He had government, yet fought government. People need other people to understand what freedom is. We can now recognize the full nature of slavery with no contradictions, if we truly live and act according to principle. Not just the colonies away from the British, or the Negro living with the whites, but this time, real freedom and for everybody. Many abolitionists were called quasi-anarchists or no-government men by their critics. Many different anarchists were actually attending meetings. active abolitionists in the 19th century, people of names that were not often recognized, like Jeremiah Hacker. A quote by Lysander Spooner, an abolitionist, lawyer, and a philosopher, states, "All these cries of having abolished slavery, of having saved the country, of having preserved the Union, of establishing a government of consent, and of maintaining the national honor are all gross, shameless, transparent cheats, so transparent that they ought to deceive no one, when uttered as justifications for the war, or for the government that has succeeded the war, or for now compelling the people to pay the cost of the war, or for compelling anybody to support a government that he does not want." How exactly do we put an end to slavery? Courage and persistence of education as to why abolitionism. Successful changes in history have always occurred by way of movements, even consisting of as little as 1% of people in a given country. This is, however, the only time a majority matters in the change of society, as those for past abolitionism were facing the slave trade almost everywhere in society. The word of morality and ownership had to spread from the 1% to the majority of the population until the overt practice was gone away with in the majority. Movements are based upon ideas. Ideas are backed by awareness and education. A common issue that provided grounded action in many successful movements of the past was disobeying taxation. This is not the only way, but it does serve as a simple, powerful example. If just one community or town got together and committed to not pay any more involuntary taxes, showing why they are doing such to the rest of the world via the movement of abolitionism, it would spark the domino effect of other communities being willing to stop condoning slavery. If their own government is supposedly by the people, for the people, what a demonstration it would show that they would use other people, man's law enforcement, to stop their own people from being free by use of violence for compliance. If their own people are not slaves, then why can't they freely choose what to do with the products of their own labor? The media or the many people surrounding these communities, with the help of technology, would pick up on this, creating a moment in history to remember. It isn't the peaceful, voluntary community that is the problem. It would be the presumed, quote, authority of government initiating violence upon them, with their order-following mental slaves exposing their own authority. This community has every right to self-defense against the self-presumed slave master, by all means possible, as did the slaves who had to free themselves. People think of economics and other topics as problematic or as solutions. However, the moral and principled cause is always at the deepest of roots that determines the rest. From immorality comes every evil, and from enslavement comes every vulnerability. This isn't a revolution. It is a destined worldwide awakening, where may it be some places recognize this, their next effort would be to share it with other places, make it known everywhere, exactly as done with abolitionism in the past. As done by the taxation example for change, the following is a blueprint for abolitionist movement change that isn't limited to simply disobeying taxation, a statist action. It is one to know of truth, another to know of action for the truth. This is created on my own behalf to you. The two objectives: knowing truth, why? Knowing how to manifest truth. We should already be grounded upon universal ideas, such as that of equality and rights. Thus the focus should be talking about action. However, both are of need, and the main action is to educate. We may stray off course to different ideas, not looking at the more holistic knowledge present. We may at times only focus on current news, and we ought to be careful to not simply focus on symptoms, not focusing on action or inspiring others to find what actions they can partake in within their own life. Just like healing the body is how we shall heal the world. Most people know what they need to do with their own health. They simply need motivation and inspiration to go and do it. The two problems: not starting, not going all the way. When we permit wrongdoing, we are not going all the way. This includes talking about the truth and what's happening right now, but reinforcing slavery by legitimizing the system. We cannot make this as an us versus them scenario either, because the whole point of dismantling statism is to say we are all human, we are all of nature, all equal in rights. We thus must question ourselves and find the answers within nature. Only then can there be true unity, mass understanding based on grounded principle. The main focus: not select people or events, but rather select relevant ideas. What we focus on will help in our attraction toward our desired reality. We see in politics the emphasis on promoting candidates. Not only do we see this as problematic in the case of statism, it is also short-term, not focusing on the ideas itself, as we assume this one person must carry the ideas for us. Education is ultimately what changes the world. The problem is, knowing slavery as a definitive concept has not even been presented to the everyday person. If it was at least presented, it's akin to giving someone multiple choices in their health, even if they may be ignorant of them or convinced away from them at first. There must be emphasis on those in the dark, who perhaps need this knowledge the most. We should not form echo chambers. Energy must be transmitted to everyone. A domino effect should be encouraged. This also means real-life action, not simply online, although utilizing all the resources we can, with emphasis on real-life movement action, which no censorship can defeat. The main problem: slavery, mental via statism. Belief to unnatural and immoral, harmful systems. This is the great factor affecting our natures, due to the lack of the main action. The main action: awareness of slavery in relation to rights. The use of human nature, conscience, sovereignty, responsibility, and the knowledge of nature, the knowledge of harm, evil manifestation, slavery, democide. Change relies in the masses, not in any select few. This also correlates to simple learning and consciousness. Our intent should be simple. We don't need to want freedom by any other name, we simply want freedom. So we simply shall stand for what is truth. Courage for love, conversation for knowledge, responsibility for sovereignty, guidance for freedom. Guidance may even include forming communities and becoming more self-sufficient. The abolitionism movement. Freedom, equality, sovereignty, humanity, voluntarism, nature. Your action creates the movement, and the movement creates more action. Also known as the One Great Work, a worldwide eternal movement. Many outcasts may be skeptical of this because it may entail having shared symbolism or materials or knowledge. But self-input is required, and this provides a blueprint for real impact that can also occur quickly depending on the active participants. Not every movement of the past was necessarily perfect in form, as they may have emphasized one individual which ended up getting targeted or depended upon, or their ideas were not universally grounded. When was there ever a movement standing for simply what is, or addressing slavery in its fullest? If the truth gets out to more people, the job is done, as the truth always rises above all. Thus, there is a level of trust we must have with the process of doing our best in all ways possible. The movement created on behalf of my own personal input to this matter is called Nature is the Answer, for us to learn about our natural rights, freedom, equality, sovereignty, best summed up through the concept of natural law or knowing the nature of statism and slavery of life as opposed to evil. Most can agree that nature is the answer, yet if such is true, man is the question, free by nature, slaves by government. Questions for action. Can we save humanity through awareness before we experience harm via prevention? Is our simple needs being compromised? What would happen if you did not tell the truth that nobody else saw? Are there mindsets telling people what to think by way of propaganda instead of how to think, asking questions like this? If any alternative arises like there has been, what happens when there exists many, and do they have something in relation to unify and provide grounded direction in the face of one opposing, grounded agenda? If you want to make a difference, are you making the difference between the one opposing agenda, slavery, and the contrary, or the real life versus the illusion? Does having direction and something to aspire to within our personal lives that helps us feel more connected to the greater duty contribute to our health and happiness, our destiny and passion? Is all that is needed motivation and inspiration, showing others what change looks like via a movement? Will it be more likely that people are to be courageous or whistleblowers if they have a movement they can express with? Are we seeking a better tomorrow? If we see a clear as day path and direction for humanity, do we follow it? If at the end of the day, can we all come together and agree upon simple principles of nature that are also universal and here to unite upon in their very nature, will we do it? If everyone everywhere can come to the same understanding of right versus wrong, or the nature of slavery, as we are all in the capacity toward it, can there be a message as mission for all the generations to come, as a reminder? Nature is the answer? This is not about me or my beliefs projected upon and into the world. Questions that come from this is expected. Mystery that comes from not knowing exactly as to what's to come is also expected. Act on known principle. Ask questions focused on slavery. Supporting individuals coming to their own conclusions. Will we ever be too late? The time is always to do your best. The speed of change. Change can happen so rapidly if we have the courage to truly act on it. If the understanding of slavery reaches audiences of which are especially already freedom-oriented, a movement can consist of an almost immediate hundreds to thousands to millions of people, especially with the nature of one individual sharing to another and on. It's as simple as the sharing of this material or the flag of nature is the answer, for example, whether it be in online locations or real-life locations. This particular flag has a website which leads to learning about slavery and freedom. Myself is left out of such on purpose, for we are all the movement. No one person is the movement, with the knowledge standing for itself. Abolitionism, the idea, is the main focus. Therefore, the only joining is sharing, and thereby sharing education, amplifying efforts of abolitionism. The movement simply exists to share the knowledge, to show we are all on the same path, never alone, making organized action easier. Numbers of people are required. As long as we share the same knowledge or material, you shall customize everything to your creative expression. The message is the mission for all generations. Nature is the answer. Due to the division created in the world, it is therefore my moral obligation to create unification with this message and mission we share, if we are to stand any chance. We may say numbers are required. Well, what shows those numbers? Actions are not to be simply limited to joining meetings or being active out there. It can be as simple as having a yard sign, one that is totally different from promoting candidates or statism, as now universal and eternal ideas are on the spotlight instead. This movement is voluntarily universal, existing and applying anywhere upon human recognition or contribution in the need for abolitionism. Foundational material best unchanged for sake of direction, although it will be prone to change. Think of the "Do Not Tread on Me" flag, Gadsden flag, of 1775, and imagine how much influence it would have if it had a website in the corner or actually led people to learn about what it truly means. With technology, now it's possible for modernization. People use flags to feel a part of some group. This different type is simply to bring people toward knowledge. The phrase, "nature is the answer," can be a bridge toward abolition. The importance is bound to know, and so change bound to occur. The three factors: representation, creativity. Example includes a flag. People ought to customize materials to their own liking and speak on behalf of materials from their unique heart. The knowledge and/or movement site is shared for amplification. Education, courage, presentation, conversation. About slavery, rights. Those who care the most will tend to be the natural leaders. Networking, guidance, demonstration. Numbers of people. Rallies may be included, however more impacting with other factors involved. Protests are not necessary, as it is often just begging for change rather than being the change. The three factors are also known as the two main factors: integration with nature and promotion of natural law, rights, health, aka also known as disintegration with the denatured and demotion of slavery or statism. Everyone has different environments. One specific action cannot apply to everyone, but those three factors can manifest in many different forms, applicable to everyone as it is necessary for change. The greatest change comes from changing and connecting the minds of people and influencing the culture through creativity. The 4 steps. Number 1. Presence achieved in every community that can possibly be reached with flag or material. Number 2. Awareness, education, knowledge is achieved in at least one community all throughout, publicly showing the flag or material. Number 3. That one community stops committing to a vital statist act and defends themselves with force together if need be. Showing why from number 1 and 2 with the flag or material. Number 4. The domino effect occurs and media coverage comes in. Areas of the world are changed. The movement carries the message and the mission on to free more areas and to uphold the history and knowledge through generations. The flag or material also stands as a reminder here for why such a generation did what they did. Technology can preserve such history exactly as is to also show why, while showing the exact same knowledge that led to such decisions in the name of abolitionism. Think of the people disobeying and their own government going to stop them. The evil would expose themselves, going against their own populace, and using other human beings to do it too. showing the nature of order following in the nature of the initiatory, violent system of compliance. So in truth, all we must do is defend who we are, our nature. Nature is the answer. What if slavery is tried? Just as overt slavery, chattel slavery, isn't tried in the general circulation of the world, as it is accepted as wrong, covert slavery, political slavery, will not be tried when it is accepted as wrong. No slave master will succeed without submissive slaves. People will be more on the lookout for it if it ever persists, since it is a known evil, rather than allowing it to persist because it is seen as legitimate. Presumed, quote, authority will always claim that some form of violence or violation of rights is necessary for the, quote, common good, as done in the justification for slavery. It is a sign to pay attention toward, as no wrong action can be turned into a right by any justification. There is no such thing as the right to enslave, just as there is no such thing as the right to rule. What is care? What we care about on a day-to-day basis acts as the driving force of our thoughts and actions. It is generative. What we care about enough is ultimately what gets created. Whereas, if we do not care, we are degenerative, unproductive. Care must extend from words to actions. Caring is not simply paying attention towards slavery, but actively helping people escape mental slavery, caring to help create an optimal and sustainable future for humanity. What is your responsibility? Your monetary job? Your daily life materialist consumerism? Maintaining and validating your ego? Your select people? What is your real responsibility? Truth, justice, equality, freedom, health, peace, love, fun, and sovereignty for all peoples, above all other so-called work. You fulfill a greater purpose to your life that you can share. Be sure to also support yourself if you are to support others. However, by supporting others, you also help yourself. You are not simply responsible for yourself, you are in part responsible for the world around you, as the peoples always actually create it. It is your responsibility to share what you know that others do not know. What happens when slavery is gone for good? No longer will there be interference for voluntarily trading with anyone. No longer will you be interfered with the security of your own home by invaders who are seen as legitimate. No longer will there be any, quote, war to identify, as no mass amount of slaves will have orders to carry out on behalf of a few slave masters. No longer will there be any compulsory government propagandized schooling. No longer will you be summoned by your rulers in their own arbitrary justice system. No longer may you be spied on by government agencies. No longer will people be punished for victimless crimes. There will be more variety than ever when it comes to products, medicines, education, media, businesses. Natural medicine can actually be encouraged, when it works, with less censorship. Family businesses and farms will inevitably prosper and grow more authentically. Talk about imaginary country borders will not matter, as only real property ownership will matter. People and businesses will voluntarily pay for the services that they need, choosing what to do with their own products of their own labor. Family and community will be encouraged as a whole. Hidden knowledge and history will finally come to light. One can speculate long about what will happen, but as done with previous abolitionism, if we stick by what we know to be right, everything will work out and people will make the world work as much as they already do, and with even more productivity without violence. Solutions proposed by people will be far better than violently imposed solutions proposed by slavery. People shall know of that better tomorrow which is totally possible with their simple effort. This simple effort may seem difficult in a complex world present of much slavery, but your standing upon the simple truth is destined to grow over time as others come to see how important it really is as you see yourself. Your efforts will not be forgotten. We are making history by the day, improving upon the past and for the future a world of more innovation and creativity than ever. A quote by Larkin Rose, a philosopher and author, states, "War could not happen at all without soldiers putting their devotion and loyalty to their own gang, tribe, or country above doing what is right." What does it mean to not be a slave? To not be a slave is to be sovereign. From Latin adverb super, means above, and the Latin noun regnum, rulership. Therefore, to be sovereign means to be above the rulership of another, to not have a slave master. As you know yourself, you have achieved mastery, control, and ownership over yourself. What does it mean if you want others to not be a slave? You are an abolitionist, in the cause for abolitionism against all forms of slavery, as we can define by knowing our sovereignty. A quote by Lysander Spooner, an abolitionist, lawyer, and a philosopher, states, "The pretense that the abolition of slavery was either a motive or justification for the war is a fraud of the same character with that of maintaining the national honor. Who but such usurpers, robbers, and murderers as they ever established slavery? Or what government, except one resting upon the sword, like the one we now have, was ever capable of maintaining slavery? And why did these men abolish slavery? Not from any love of liberty in general, not as an act of justice to the black man himself, but only as a war measure, and because they wanted his assistance and that of his friends in carrying on the war they had undertaken for maintaining and intensifying that political, commercial, and industrial slavery, to which they have subjugated the great body of the people, both white and black. And yet, these impostors now cry out that they have abolished the chattel slavery of the black man, although that was not the motive of the war, as if they thought they could thereby conceal, atone for, or justify that other slavery which they were fighting to perpetrate and to render more rigorous and inexorable than it ever was before. There was no difference of principle, but only of degree, between the slavery they boast they have abolished and the slavery they were fighting to preserve. For all restraints upon men's natural liberty, not necessary for the simple maintenance of justice, are of the nature of slavery, and differ from each other only in degree." A quote by Etienne de la Boetie, the original, a philosopher, states, "It is fruitless to argue whether or not liberty is natural, since none can be held in slavery without being wronged, and in a world governed by a nature which is reasonable, there is nothing so contrary as an injustice. Since freedom is our natural state, we are not only in possession of it, but have the urge to defend it. Quote, if we led our lives according to the ways intended by nature and the lessons taught by her, we should be intuitively obedient to our parents. Later we should adopt reason as our guide and become slaves to nobody." Slavery gone for good, or actual good for actual freedom. Share the effort for modern abolitionism. NITA.ONE. NITA.ONE. Nature is the answer. You can see on the website an example of the flag of Nature is the answer. You may also see on nita.one/slavery an example of a no union with slavery flag, an unknown digitally remastered abolitionist flag from 1860. You can also simply utilize a white flag to memorialize all who died all throughout the world by slavery, those who surrendered, for the seeking of surrendering to truth, nature as authority, for unity, clarity, completion, awakening, simplicity. Learn more about slavery and abolitionism. You can learn natural law. It is optional. Natural Law, or the Science of Justice, by Lysander Spooner. It's a simple book detailing what is natural law. Or Natural Law, the Real Law of Attraction, by Mark Passio. This is a presentation covering rights and ownership. Or Right is Might, by Richard Wetherell. It's a book detailing basic rights and morality. You can learn more about mental slavery or statism from The Most Dangerous Superstition by Larkin Rose, a book covering all mindsets, criticisms, and scenarios. What Anarchy Isn't by Larkin Rose, a simple booklet with explanations. Also check out Larkin Rose's videos and animations, including, quote, The Jones Plantation. The End of All Evil by Jeremy Locke is a simple book detailing all forms of evil and slavery. Government, the Biggest Scam in History by Etienne de la Boetie is a book detailing history, events, and the nature of government. If you would like to support the author's educative efforts, go to nita.one/slavery. Quotes are provided for clarity, regardless of who said them. Dates are provided by birth. Frederick Douglass, who was a former slave and abolitionist, stated, "Power concedes nothing without a demand. It never did, and it never will." Quote, "Where justice is denied, where poverty is enforced, where ignorance prevails, and where any one class is made to feel that society is an organized conspiracy to oppress, rob, and degrade them, neither persons nor property will be safe." A quote from William Lloyd Garrison, a journalist and abolitionist from 1805, states, "No man shall rule over me without my consent. I will rule over no man." Quote, "I will be as harsh as truth and as uncompromising as justice." Quote, "Everyone should be treated fairly, no matter what they look like." Another quote from Frederick Douglass, a former slave and abolitionist from 1817, states, "We must get character for ourselves as a people. With character, we shall be powerful. Nothing can harm us when we get character. Industry, sobriety, honesty, combined with intelligence and a due self-respect, find them where you will, among black or white, must be looked up to, can never be looked down upon." Quote, "I prayed for freedom for 20 years, but received no answer until I prayed with my legs." Another quote from William Lloyd Garrison, a journalist and abolitionist from 1805, states, "Enslave the liberty of but one human being, and the liberties of the world are put in peril." Quote, "Are right and wrong convertible terms dependent upon popular opinion?" Quote, "What an idiotic absurdity it is to say that earnest, persistent, uncompromising moral opposition to a system of boundless immorality is the way to strengthen it, and that the way to abolish such a system is to say nothing about it." Garrison's New England Non-Resistance Society shared themes of the non-aggression principle and no governmentism. Another quote from Frederick Douglass, a former slave and abolitionist of 1817, states, I prefer to be true to myself, even at the hazard of incurring the ridicule of others, rather than to be false and to incur my own abhorrence. Quote, those who profess to favor freedom and yet depreciate agitation are men who want crops without plowing up the ground. Quote, America is false to the past, false to the present, and solemnly blinds herself to be false to the future. A quote from Ralph Waldo Emerson, an abolitionist and author of 1803, states, slavery is an institution for converting men into monkeys. Quote, slavery it is that makes slavery, freedom, freedom. The slavery of women happened when the men were slaves of kings. A quote from Frederick Douglass, a former slave and abolitionist from 1817, states, abolition of slavery had been the deepest desire and the great labor of my life. A former slave quote states, you can't give me the right to be a human being. I am born with that right. Now you can keep me from having that if you got all the policemen and all the jobs on your side. You can deprive me of it, but you can't give it to me because I was born with it, just like you was. Another former slave quote states, now I couldn't go from here across the street, or I couldn't go through nobody's house, out I have a note, or something from my master, and if I had that pass, that was what we call a pass, if I had that pass, I could go wherever he sent me, and I'd have to be back, you know. Whoever he sent me to, they'd give me another pass, and I'd bring that back so as to show how long I'd been gone. A quote from Mahatma Gandhi, of Indian independence, of 1869, states, freedom and slavery are mental states. A quote from Martin Luther King Jr., an activist and author of 1929, states, as long as the mind is enslaved, the body can never be free. Psychological freedom and a firm sense of self-esteem is the most powerful weapon against the long night of physical slavery. A quote from Thomas Jefferson, of American independence, of 1743, states, I prefer dangerous freedom over peaceful slavery. A quote from Bob Marley, of Rastafari Freedom and the Musician, of 1945, states, emancipate yourself from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our minds. A quote from Seneca, a philosopher from 4 BC, states, show me a man who is not a slave. One is a slave to lust, another to greed, another to ambition, and all men are slaves to fear. A quote from Mahatma Gandhi, of Indian independence, from 1869 states, a slaveholder cannot hold a slave without putting himself or his deputy in the cage for holding the slave. A quote from Marcus Aurelius, a philosopher from the year 121, states, Alexander and Caesar and Pompey, compared with Diogenes, Heraclitus, Socrates, the philosophers knew the what, the why, the how. Their minds were their own. The others, nothing but anxiety and enslavement. Another quote from Martin Luther King Jr., an activist and author of 1929, states, there is nothing in all the world greater than freedom. It is worth paying for. It is worth going to jail for. I would rather be a free pauper than a rich slave. I would rather die in abject poverty with my convictions than live in inordinate riches with the lack of self-respect. A quote from Marcus Aurelius, a philosopher of the year 121, also states, stop allowing your mind to be a slave, to be jerked by selfish impulses, to kick against fate in the present, and to mistrust the future. A quote from Mortimer Adler, a philosopher and author of 1902, states, freedom is the emancipation from the arbitrary rule of other men. A quote from Richard J. Mayberry, an author of 1946, states, In our government-controlled schools, we are taught that Lincoln was our greatest president because his war ended slavery and saved the Union. As usual, the other side of the story, the side that reflects poorly on the government, somehow gets lost. A quote from Mary Harris Jones, for child freedom, a teacher and activist of 1837, states, "And who is responsible for this appalling child slavery? Everyone." A quote from Mahatma Gandhi, of Indian independence, of 1869, states, "Freedom is not worth having if it does not include the freedom to make mistakes." Quote, "Freedom is like birth. Till we are fully free, we are slaves." A quote from Eric Williams, an activist from 1911, states, "Slavery was not born of racism. Rather, racism was the consequence of slavery." A quote from Mahatma Gandhi of Indian independence of 1869 states, "Nobody can hurt me without my permission." Quote, "Many people, especially ignorant people, want to punish you for speaking the truth, for being correct, for being you. Never apologize for being correct, or for being years ahead of your time. If you're right and you know it, speak your mind. Even if you are a minority of one, the truth is still the truth." A quote from William Weld, an author of 1945, states, "In the 19th century, slavery was the greatest wrong, and government never stood so tall as when it was redressing that wrong." A quote from Henry David Thoreau, an abolitionist, author, and philosopher from 1817, states, "Disobedience is the true foundation of liberty. The obedient must be slaves." A quote from Jonathan Swift, an author from 1667, states, "For in reason, all government without the consent of the governed is the very definition of slavery." A quote from Nelson Mandela, a philanthropist and activist of 1918, states, "Like slavery and apartheid, poverty is not natural. It is man-made, and it could be overcome and eradicated by the actions of human beings." A quote from Lysander Spooner, an abolitionist and philosopher of 1808, states, "A man's natural rights are his own, against the whole world, and any infringement of them is equally a crime, whether committed by one man or by millions, whether committed by one man calling himself a robber, or by any other name indicating his true character, or by millions calling themselves a government." Quote, "The number of slaves, instead of having been diminished by the war, has been greatly increased. For a man thus subjugated to a government that he does not want is a slave." A quote from Henry David Thoreau, an abolitionist, author, and philosopher of 1817, states, "If the alternative is to keep all just men in prison or give up war and slavery, the state will not hesitate which to choose." A quote from Stephen A. Douglas, an activist of 1813, states, "Slavery cannot exist a day or an hour anywhere unless it is supported by local police regulations." A quote from Mahatma Gandhi of Indian independence of 1869 states, "To end slavery, you must overcome the mental and physical inertia of the masses and quicken their intelligence and creative faculty." A quote from Charles Bukowski, an author of 1920, stated, "Slavery was never abolished. It was only extended to include all the colors." A quote from Frederick Douglass, a former slave and abolitionist from 1817, states, "The limits of tyrants are prescribed by the endurance of those whom they oppress." A quote from Ralph Waldo Emerson, an abolitionist and author of 1803, states, "A man in debt is so far a slave." Another quote from Mahatma Gandhi of Indian independence of 1869 states, "First they ignore you, then they laugh at you, and then they fight you. Then you win." A quote from Frederick Douglass, a former slave and abolitionist of 1817, states, "Without a struggle, there can be no progress." Another quote from Mahatma Gandhi of Indian independence, 1869, states, "The moment the slave resolves that he will no longer be a slave, his fetters fall. He frees himself and shows the way to others." Another quote from Lysander Spooner, an abolitionist and philosopher of 1808, states, "A man is none the less a slave because he is allowed to choose a new master once in a term of years. Neither are a people any the less slaves because permitted, periodically, to choose new masters. What makes them slaves is the fact that they now are and are always hereafter to be in the hands of men whose power over them and always is to be absolute and irresponsible." A quote from Wayne Dyer, an author of 1940, states, "Freedom means you are unobstructed in living your life as you choose. Anything less is a form of slavery." A quote from Mahatma Gandhi of Indian independence, 1869, states, "How can one be compelled to accept slavery? I simply refuse to do the master's bidding. He may torture me, break my bones to atoms, and even kill me. He will then have my dead body, not my obedience. Ultimately, therefore, it is I who am the victor and not he, for he has failed in getting me to do what he wanted done." A quote from William Lloyd Garrison, a journalist and abolitionist of 1805, states, "Liberty for each, for all, and forever." A quote from Frederick Douglass, a former slave and abolitionist from 1805, states, "Knowledge makes a man unfit to be a slave." A quote from Thomas Jefferson of American Independence, 1743, states, "When the people fear the government, there is tyranny. When the government fears the people, there is liberty." A quote from Lysander Spooner, an abolitionist and philosopher from 1808, states, "Slavery, if it can be legalized at all, can be legalized only by positive legislation. Natural law gives it no aid." A quote from Aristotle, a philosopher from 384 BC, states, "The worst thing about slavery is that the slaves eventually get to like it." A quote from Huey Newton, an activist of 1942, states, "Any unarmed people are slaves, or are subject to slavery at any given moment." A quote from Kevin Bales, a professor of 1952, states, "Slavery is theft, theft of a life, theft of work, theft or any property or produce, theft even of the children a slave might have borne." A quote from Seneca, a philosopher from 4 BC, states, "Slavery takes hold of few, but many take hold of slavery." A quote from Wade Horn, a psychologist, states, "If we are to abolish modern-day slavery, then we have to put the traffickers out of business. That's going to demand, unfortunately, the cooperation of the victims." A quote from Maxim Gorky, an author and activist of 1868, states, "Lies are the religion of slaves and bosses. Truth is the God of the free man." A quote from Jackie Robinson, a baseball player from 1919, states, "I'm not concerned with your liking or disliking me. All I ask is that you respect me as a human being." A quote from Anna Julia Cooper, an author and activist of 1858, states, "The cause of freedom is not the cause of a race or a sect, a party or a class. It is the cause of humankind, the very birthright of humanity." A quote from Stephen Molyneux, an author and philosopher of 1966, states, "The only freedom is freedom from illusion." A quote from J.J. Dewey, an author, states, "He who seeks freedom at the expense of another is only building prison walls that will enslave him. A quote from Mortimer Adler, a philosopher and author, from 1902 states, "True freedom is impossible without a mind made free by discipline." A quote from Deepak Chopra, an author and doctor of 1946, states, "I experience true freedom when I accept, understand, and move on from the conditioning of the past." A quote from Bryant McGill, an author and activist of 1969, states, "True freedom is where an individual's thoughts and actions are in alignment with that which is true, correct, and of honor, no matter the personal price." A quote from William Sloane Coffin Jr., activist of 1924, states, "The one true freedom in life is to come to terms with death, and as early as possible, for death is an event that embraces all our lives. And the only way to have a good death is to lead a good life. The more we do God's will, the less unfinished business we leave behind when we die." A quote from Frederick Douglass, a former slave and abolitionist from 1817, states, "To make a contented slave, you must make a thoughtless one. It is necessary to darken his moral and mental vision, and as far as possible to annihilate his power of reason. He must be able to detect no inconsistencies in slavery. The man that takes his earnings must be able to convince him that he has a perfect right to do so. It must not depend upon mere force. The slave must know no higher law than his master's will. The whole relationship must not only demonstrate to his mind its necessity, but its absolute rightfulness." A quote from Zygmunt Bauman, a philosopher and sociologist from 1925, states, "Security without freedom means slavery." A quote from P.J. O'Rourke, an author of 1947, states, "It's not an endlessly expanding list of rights, the right to education, the right to health care, the right to food and housing. That's not freedom, that's dependency. Those aren't rights, those are the rations of slavery. Hay in a barn for human cattle." A quote from Lysander Spooner, an abolitionist and philosopher of 1808, states, "The principle that the majority have a right to rule the minority practically resolves all government into a mere contest between two bodies of men as to which of them shall be masters and which of them slaves." Quote, "If any man's money can be taken by a so-called government without his own personal consent, all his other rights are taken with it. For with his money the government can and will hire soldiers to stand over him, compel him to submit to its arbitrary will, and kill him if he resists." A quote from Walter E. Williams, an author of 1936, states, "How does something immoral when done privately become moral when it is done collectively? Furthermore, does legality establish morality? Slavery was legal. Apartheid is legal. Stalinist, Nazi, and Maoist purges were legal. Clearly, the fact of legality does not justify these crimes. Legality alone cannot be the talisman of moral people." A quote from Mikhail Bakunin, a philosopher and activist of 1814, states, "If there is a state, there must be domination of one class by another, and as a result, slavery. The state without slavery is unthinkable, and this is why we, the enemies of the state." A quote from Mark Twain, an abolitionist and author of 1835, states, "Courage is resistance to fear, mastery of fear, not absence of fear." A quote from Sojourner Truth, a former slave and abolitionist of 1797, states, "Life is a hard battle anyway. If we laugh and sing a little as we fight the good fight of freedom, it makes it all go easier. I will not allow my life's light to be determined by the darkness around me. Quote, I feel safe in the midst of my enemies, for the truth is all-powerful and will prevail. A quote from Alfred Marshall, an author of 1842, states, Slavery was regarded by Aristotle as an ordinance of nature, and so probably was it by the slaves themselves in olden time. A quote from Frederick Douglass, a former slave and abolitionist of 1817, states, I expose slavery in this country because to expose it is to kill it. Slavery is one of those monsters of darkness to whom the light of truth is death. A quote from James Madison, of American Independence, states, if men were angels, no government would be necessary. In comparison with this, a quote from Mark Passio, a philosopher and the occultist, states, since humans aren't angels, none are fit to rule. A quote from Booker T. Washington, a former slave and author of 1856, states, if you want to lift yourself up, lift up someone else. A quote from Miles Davis, a musician, from 1926, states, knowledge is freedom and ignorance is slavery. A quote from Karl Marx, a philosopher, from 1818, states, the existence of the state is inseparable from the existence of slavery. A quote from Robert Anton Wilson, an author of 1932, states, the fear of death is the beginning of slavery. A quote from Ezra Pound, an author of 1885, states, a slave is one who waits for someone to come and free him. A quote from Larkin Rose, a philosopher and author, states, the terms crime and criminal do not, by themselves, even hint at what law is being disobeyed. It is a crime to slowly drive through a red light at an empty intersection, and it is a crime to murder one's neighbors. 100 years ago, it was a crime to teach a slave to read. In 1945 Germany, it was a crime to hide Jews from the SS. In Pennsylvania, it is a crime to sleep in or on top of a refrigerator outside. Literally, committing a crime means disobeying the commands of politicians, and a criminal is anyone who does so. Again, such terms have an obviously negative connotation. Most people do not want to be called a criminal, and they mean it as an insult if they call someone else a criminal. Again, this implies that the authority issuing and enforcing the laws has the right to do so. Quote, the only purpose of the rhetoric is to obfuscate the fact that the relationship between every government and its subjects is the same as the relationship between a master and a slave. One master may whip his slaves less severely than another. One master may allow his slaves to keep more of what they produce. One master may take better care of his slaves. But none of that changes the basic, underlying nature of the master-slave relationship. The one with the right to rule is the master. The one with the obligation to obey is the slave. And that is true even when people choose to describe the situation using inaccurate rhetoric and deceptive euphemisms such as representative government, consent of the governed, and will of the people. Quote, the notion of a government of the people, by the people, and for the people, while it makes nice feel-good political rhetoric, is a logical impossibility. A ruling class cannot serve or represent those it rules any more than a slave owner can serve or represent his slaves. The only way he could do so is by ceasing to be a slave owner, by freeing his slaves. Likewise, The only way a ruling class could become a servant of the people is by ceasing to be a ruling class, by relinquishing all of its power. Government cannot serve the people unless it ceases to be government. Quote, to expect the master to serve the slave, to expect power to be used solely for the benefit of the one being controlled, not the one in control, is ridiculous. What makes it even more insane is that statists claim that appointing rulers is the only way to overcome the imperfections and untrustworthiness of man. Statists look out at a world full of strangers who have questionable motives and dubious morality, and they are afraid of what some of those people might do. That in and of itself is a perfectly reasonable concern. But then, as protection against what some of those people might do, the statist advocate giving some of those same people of questionable virtue a huge amount of power and societal permission to rule over everyone else, in the vain hope that by some miracle those people will happen to decide to use their newfound power only for good. Quote, if legal theft is legitimate and just, why couldn't legalized torture and murder be legitimate and just? If some collective need requires society to have an institution that has an exemption from morality, why would there be any limits on what it can do? If exterminating an entire race or outlawing a religion or forcibly enslaving millions is deemed necessary for the common good, by what moral standards could anyone complain once they have accepted the premise of authority? All belief in government rests on the idea that the common good justifies the legal initiation of violence against innocents to one degree or another. And once that premise has been accepted, there is no objective moral standard to limit government behavior. History shows this all too clearly. Quote, for slaves to concede that they are the rightful property of someone else, only to then claim that there are limits on what their owners may do to them, is a logical contradiction. For a subject to accept any master, including one called government, and to then imagine that he, the subject, will decide the extent of the master's powers, defies logic and reality. Yet that is what all believers in representative government seek to do. Quote, the reason that the belief in authority can drive people to commit evil, but in the end cannot limit the evil they commit, is simple. Aside from whatever technical limitations there are supposed to be on an agent of authority, the primary concept that the enforcer is taught and the primary concept that he must accept in order to do his job is that, as a representative of authority, he is above the common folk and has the moral right to forcibly control them. In short, he is taught that his badge and his position make him the rightful master of all the average people. Once he is convinced of that lie, it should be expected that he will despise the average citizen and treat him with contempt in the same way and for the same reason that a slave owner will treat his slaves not as human beings, but as property, whose feelings and opinions matter no more than the feelings and opinions of the master's cattle or his furniture. It is very telling that many modern law enforcers quickly become angry, even violent, when an average citizen simply speaks to the officer as an equal, instead of assuming the tone and demeanor of a subjugated underling. Again, this reaction is precisely the same, and has the same cause, as the reaction a slave master would have to an uppity slave speaking to him as an equal. Quote, even the nicest, most friendly slave owner, if he continues to believe in the legitimacy of slavery and continues to practice it, will be committing evil and will inflict harm upon the people he imagines to be his rightful property, and he will naturally develop a degree of contempt toward the victims of his aggression and will behave contemptuously toward them. Quote, why would a master ever put his own interests below the interests of his slaves? Quote, even when a slave master fights to prevent some other slave master from stealing his slaves, he is still no friend of the slaves themselves. Quote, if he hands over money only because some law or other authority compelled him to, and then expresses pride in having done so, he is in essence boasting about having been forcibly dominated, precisely the way a thoroughly indoctrinated slave might take pride in serving his master well. Quote, if a slave can be convinced that he should be a slave, that his enslavement is both proper and legitimate, that he is the rightful property of his master, and that he has an obligation to produce as much as possible for his master, then he does not need to be physically oppressed. In other words, enslaving the mind makes enslaving the body unnecessary. And that is exactly what the belief in authority does. It teaches people that it is morally virtuous that they surrender their time, effort, and property, as well as their freedom and control over their own lives to a ruling class. Quote, maligning a fellow victim of coercion for complaining about it is a sure sign that a person actually takes pride in his own enslavement. Quote, though slavery is no longer practiced openly, the mentality of loyal subservience remains. Quote, if every slave sold into bondage had refused to work, there would soon have been no slave trade. If the IRS had to calculate the tax due and then directly take it from each taxpayer, there would be no more federal taxation. Quote, to delight in a tax cheat being punished, for example, as many Americans do, is akin to a slave taking pleasure in the whipping of a fellow slave who tried to escape. Quote, the notion that people, by virtue of their mere existence, are entitled to all sorts of things which come into being only as the result of human knowledge and effort, is delusional. The logical result of this supposedly loving and compassionate viewpoint is violence and slavery, because if one's need entitles him to something, that means that it must be forcibly taken from anyone else who has it or can produce it if he will not supply it willingly. Quote, what statists actually want is equality among the slaves, but enormous inequality between the slaves and the masters. This again shows that they view government as being superhuman because it never occurs to them, as they push equality for all, that the equality should also include the politicians and the police. Quote, there is a big difference between striving for a new, wiser, nobler master and striving for a world of equals, where there are no masters and no slaves. Likewise, there is a big difference between a slave who believes in the principle of freedom and a slave whose ultimate goal is to become the new master. Quote, no one recognizes the underlying problem, and as a result, no one ever gets any closer to a solution. They remain slaves because their thoughts and discussions are limited to the pointless question of who should be their master. They never consider, and dare not allow themselves to consider, the possibility that they should have no master at all. As a result, they focus entirely on political action of one kind or another. But the foundation of all political action is the belief in authority, which is the problem itself, so the efforts of statists are and always will be doomed to fail. Quote, "The truth is, one who seeks to achieve freedom by petitioning those in power to give it to them has already failed, regardless of the response. To beg for the blessing of authority is to accept that the choice is the master's alone to make, which means that the person is already, by definition, a slave." Quote, "They're trained in desire to have the approval of authority creates in them a mindset not unlike the mindset of a slave. They literally feel bad about keeping their own money and making their own choices without first getting the master's permission to do so." Quote, "The truth is, one cannot believe in authority and be free, because accepting the myth of government is accepting one's own obligation to obey a master, which means accepting one's own enslavement. Sadly, many people believe that begging the master, via political action, is all they can do, so they forever engage in rituals which only legitimize the slave-master relationship, instead of simply disobeying the tyrants. The idea of disobeying authority, breaking the law, and being criminals is more disturbing to them than the idea of being a slave." Quote, "The truth is that any form of authoritarian control, any type of government, whether constitutional, democratic, socialist, fascist, or anything else, will result in a set of masters forcibly oppressing a group of slaves." Quote, "Even slaves can exhibit a dread of being freed. This is because the life of a prisoner or a slave, though not likely fulfilling, is predictable in imagining a new, drastically changed life in a strange place, among strangers, with all the related uncertainties. How will I eat? Where will I live? What will it be like? Will I be safe? Scares almost everyone. So it is when most people contemplate human society without a ruling class. The concept is so foreign to everything they have ever known and ever thought about, and everything they were taught is necessary and good, that they hardly know how to begin to imagine it. Even our very language illustrates our fear of living in society as free equals, because such a state is defined as anarchy, a term also used to describe chaos and destruction. We have grown so accustomed to the mental cage which the myth of authority has formed around each of us that most of us are terrified of the idea of life without that cage. We are literally scared of our own freedom." Quote, "The life of a caged animal is in many ways easier than life in the wild. Likewise, life as an unthinking human slave can be more predictable and feel safer than a life of responsibility. But just as living in the wild makes animals stronger, smarter, and far better able to care for themselves, letting go of the authority myth will force human beings to be smarter, more creative, more compassionate, and more moral. That is not to say that all people will, without the belief in government, be wise, kind, and generous. But if millions of individuals each understood that it is up to them, personally, to make the world a better place, instead of merely obediently playing an assigned part in someone else's master plan while crying to government to fix everything, it would unleash a level of human creativity, ingenuity, and cooperation beyond what most people could possibly imagine. Quote, "Children learn by example. If a child sees his parents always acting as unquestioning subjects of a ruling class, the child will learn to be a slave. If, instead, the parents demonstrate in their daily lives how to use and to follow one's own heart and mind, the child will learn to do likewise. The child must understand that it is his duty not merely to follow the rules of being a good person, but to figure out for himself what the rules of being a good person are. The standards which a self-owner lives by may still be described as rules. But the worth of such rules does not come from the fact that an authority issued them, but because the individual believes that such rules describe inherently moral behavior. This is not to say that everyone agrees upon what is moral, though there is a wide consensus on some basic principles. But even with each person's behavior guided by his own imperfect, incomplete understanding of right and wrong, the overall results would be drastically improved compared to the authoritarian alternative, in which basically good people do things they know to be wrong because they feel compelled to do whatever authority tells them to do. Quote, "Only a gang imagined to be authority can get away with long-term oppression and enslavement. As a result, government, or the belief in it, instead of being essential to the protection of individual rights, is essential only for the prolonged and widespread violation of individual rights." Quote, "The evil of slavery, for example, are often blamed on racism and greed, but authority played a huge role in making slavery economically feasible. If there was not a huge, organized network of law enforcers to capture escaped slaves and any who helped them escape, how long would slavery have continued? If freeing slaves was not illegal and thus immoral in the eyes of authoritarians, how much larger and more effective would the Underground Railroad have been? It probably would not have been known as an underground anything if it was not illegal. Quote, "The abolitionist movement consisted of people who thought slavery was immoral and who wanted the laws changed to officially declare slavery to be immoral and illegal. If instead of petitioning for a change in laws, the abolitionists were actively freeing slaves, the slave trade most likely would have collapsed decades earlier, if it ever happened at all. Shipping slaves halfway around the world would be a very risky business indeed, if the moment you landed your cargo might be forcibly liberated. The problem is that most people believe that even immoral, unjust laws should be obeyed until the law is changed. Clearly, this means that such people's loyalty to the myth of authority is stronger than their loyalty to morality, and doing what the masters tell them is more important to them than doing what they know is right. And mankind has suffered greatly because of it." Quote, "Whether slavery could have existed had it not been legally enforced, as mentioned above, similar questions could be asked about the treatment of the American Indians. If not for the authoritarian government edicts and the state mercenaries to enforce them, would there have been such a large-scale concerted effort to exterminate or forcibly evict the natives from the lands they had inhabited for generations? No doubt there would still have been smaller conflicts due to the clash of cultures and demands for farming and hunting lands, but would it have been in anyone's personal interest to engage in large-scale violent combat? Quote, "It is the enslavement of mankind, the subjugation of free will, and the destruction of morality, masquerading as civilization and society. The problem is not just that authority can be used for evil. The problem is that, at its most basic essence, it is evil. In everything it does, it defeats the free will of human beings, controlling them through coercion and fear. It supersedes and destroys moral consciences, replacing them with unthinking, blind obedience." From Strike the Root, quote, "Understanding the true relationship between those inside of government and those outside of government And that is the relationship between slave and master. If someone has the right to initiate the use of force on you if you disobey them, you are essentially their property. If you don't believe me, go on over to Google and type in slave definition, and the first definition you will find is the following: a person who is the legal property of another and is forced to obey them. Now, doesn't that sound a whole lot like the relationship between people inside government and people outside government? If you can force people to do things against their will, then you are treating them as if they were your property. A quote from Ayn Rand, an author and philosopher of 1905, states, "What is the basic, the essential, the crucial principle that differentiates freedom from slavery? It is the principle of voluntary action versus physical coercion or compulsion." A quote from Butler Schaeffer, an activist, states, "Because we fear the responsibility for our actions, we have allowed ourselves to develop the mentality of slaves. Contrary to the stirring sentiments of the Declaration of Independence, we now pledge our lives, our fortunes, and our sacred honor, not to one another for our mutual protection, but to the state, whose actions continue to exploit, despoil, and destroy us." A quote from Dresden James, an author, states, "The ideal tyranny is that which is ignorantly self-administered by its victims. The most perfect slaves are, therefore, those which blissfully and unweariedly enslave themselves." A quote from Frederick Douglass, a former slave and abolitionist of 1817, states, "Liberty is meaningless where the right to utter one's thoughts and opinions has ceased to exist. That, of all rights, is the dread of tyrants. It is the right which they first of all strike down." Quote, "What shall be done with the 4,000,000 slaves if they are emancipated? Primarily, it is a question less for man than for God, less for human intellect than for the laws of nature to solve. It assumes that nature has erred, that the law of liberty is a mistake, that freedom, though a natural want of the human soul, can only be enjoyed at the expense of human welfare, and that men are better off in slavery than they would or could be in freedom. That slavery is the natural order of human relations, and that liberty is an experiment. What shall be done with them? Our answer is, do nothing with them. Mind your business, and let them mind theirs. Your doing with them is their greatest misfortune. They have been undone by your doings, and all they now ask and really have need of at your hands is just to let them alone. They suffer by every interference and succeed best by being let alone." Quote, "No man can put a chain about the ankle of his fellow man without at last finding the other end fastened about his own neck." A quote from H.L. Mencken, an author from 1880, states, "Any man who takes the liberty of another into his keeping is bound to become a tyrant, and that any man who yields up his liberty, in however slight the measure, is bound to become a slave." A quote from Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, an author from 1749, states, "None are more hopelessly enslaved than those who falsely believe they are free." A quote from John Holt, an educator and author of 1923, states, "Education now seems to me perhaps the most authoritarian and dangerous of all the social inventions of mankind. It is the deepest foundation of the modern slave state, in which most people feel themselves to be nothing but producers, consumers, spectators, and fans driven more and more in all parts of their lives by greed, envy, and fear. My concern is not to improve education, but to do away with it, to end the ugly and anti-human business of people shaping and to allow and help people to shape themselves. A quote from Joseph Sobran, a journalist from 1946, states, "Since outright slavery has been discredited, democracy is the only remaining rationale for state compulsion that most people will accept." A quote from Percy Shelley, an author of 1792, states, "Conformity and obedience, bane of all genius, virtue, freedom, truth, makes slaves of men and of the human frame, a mechanized automation." A quote from Thomas More, an author from 1779, states, "Better to dwell in freedom's hall, with a cold damp floor and mouldering wall, than bow the head and bend the knee in the proudest palace of slavery." A quote from William Pitt, an activist from 1759, states, "Necessity is the plea for every infringement of human freedom. It is the argument of tyrants. It is the creed of slaves." A quote from Henry David Thoreau, an abolitionist, an author, and a philosopher from 1817, states, "There are 1,000 hacking at the branches of evil to one who is striking at the root." A quote from Larkin Rose, a philosopher and author, states, "When in the history of the world, anywhere on the planet, has working within the system achieved freedom? To put it another way, when has a slave ever achieved freedom by whining to his master or by getting a new master?" A quote from Plato, a philosopher from 427 BC, states, "Good people don't need laws to tell them to act responsibly, and bad people will find a way around the laws." A quote from Lysander Spooner, an abolitionist and philosopher of 1808, states, "Government is in reality established by the few, and these few assume the consent of all the rest, without any such consent being actually given." A quote from Larkin Rose, again a philosopher and an author, states, from a storybook, "Someone who acts like a slave will be treated like a slave. Someone who acts like a bulldog, well, the best a tyrant can do is kill him. Ayn Rand called it the sanction of the victim. If you give the impression to your oppressor that you accept or even approve of his oppression of you, things will only get worse. Whatever else happens, never tell someone that you accept that he has the right to rule you. Never. You will make him into a monster, and you will make yourself into a slave." Quote, "Some of us realize the self-evident truth that no election, no constitution, no legislation, and no other pseudo-religious political ritual can bestow upon anyone the right to rule another. Nothing can make a man into a rightful master. Nothing can make a man into a rightful slave." Quote, "Edmund Burke proclaimed that all that is necessary for evil to triumph is for good people to do nothing. You've probably even heard that one, but you still didn't listen. Albert Einstein put it another way, saying that the world is a dangerous place to live, not because of the evil people, but because of the people who don't do anything about it. But you weren't listening." A quote from Lysander Spooner, again an abolitionist and philosopher from 1808, states, "This science of justice or natural law is the only science that tells us what are and what are not each man's natural, inherent, inalienable, individual rights, as against any and all other men. And to say that any or all other men may rightfully compel him to obey any or all such other laws as they may see fit to make is to say that he has no rights of his own, but is their subject, their property, and their slave." Quote, "It cannot be said that men put all their rights into the hands of the government in order to have them protected, because there can be no such thing as a man's being protected in his rights any longer than he is allowed to retain them in his own possession. The only possible way in which any man can be protected in his rights is to protect him in his own actual possession and exercise of them. And yet, our government is absurd enough to assume that a man can be protected in his rights after he has surrendered them altogether into other hands than his own. This is just as absurd as it would be to assume that a man had given himself away as a slave in order to be protected in the enjoyment of his liberty. Another quote from Ayn Rand, a philosopher and author of 1905, states, "If some men are entitled by right to the products of the work of others, it means that those others are deprived of rights and condemned to slave labor. Any alleged right of one man which necessitates the violation of the rights of another is not and cannot be a right. No man can have a right to impose an unchosen obligation, an unwarranted duty, or an involuntary servitude on another man. There can be no such thing as the right to enslave." Quote, "The man who produces while others dispose of his product is a slave." Another quote from William Lloyd Garrison, a journalist and abolitionist from 1805, states, "We do not acknowledge allegiance to any human government." Quote, "We are bound by the laws of a kingdom which is not of this world, the subjects of which are forbidden to fight, in which mercy and truth are met together, and righteousness and peace have kissed each other, which has no state lines, no national partitions, no geographical boundaries, in which there is no distinction of rank, or division of caste, or inequality of sex, the officers of which are peace, its exactors righteousness, its walls salvation, and its gates praise, of which is destined to break in pieces and consume all other kingdoms. Our country is the world, our countrymen are all mankind. We love the land of our nativity only as we love all other lands. The interests, rights, liberties of American citizens are no more dear to us than are those of the whole human race. Hence, we can allow no appeal to patriotism to revenge any national insult or injury." Quote, "As every human government is upheld by physical strength, and its laws are enforced virtually at the point of the bayonet, we cannot hold any office which imposes upon its incumbent the obligation to compel men to do right on pain of imprisonment or death. We therefore voluntarily exclude ourselves from every legislator and judicial body, and repudiate all human politics, worldly honors, and stations of authority." Quote, "Those who take up the sword shall perish by the sword." Quote, "We purpose, in a moral and spiritual sense, to assail iniquity in high places and in low places, to apply our principles to all existing evil, political, legal, and ecclesiastical institutions, and to hasten the time when the kingdoms of this world will have become the kingdom of our Lord Jesus Christ." A quote from The Liberator, the first edition, which was an abolitionist newspaper from 1831, states, "Knowledge is power. A people generally enlightened cannot be enslaved." Quote, "We have appealed to Christians, philanthropists, and patriots for their assistance to accomplish the great work of national redemption through the agency of moral power, of public opinion, of individual duty. How have we been received? We have been threatened, proscribed, vilified, and imprisoned, a laughingstock and a reproach. Do we falter in view of these things? Let time answer. If we have been hitherto urgent and bold and denunciatory in our efforts, hereafter we shall grow vehement and active with the increase of danger." Quote, "Its spirit and purpose, the higher law, in its supremacy over nations and governments, as well as individual conscience, the Golden Rule, in its binding obligation upon all classes, the Declaration of Independence with its self-evident truths, the rights of human nature without distinction of race, complexion, or sex. Quote, the American press is, to a fearful extent, in the hands of a cowardly, mercenary, and unprincipled class of men, who have no regard for truth in dealing with what is unpopular, who cater to the lowest passions of the multitude and caricature every movement aiming at the overthrow of established wrong, who are as destitute of all fairness and controversy as they are lacking in self-respect, and whose columns are closed against any reply that may be preferred to their libellous accusations. It is true these men represent the prevailing public sentiment, either in the locality in which they reside or in the country at large, but fearfully demoralized as that sentiment is, in many particulars, they aim to make it still more corrupt rather than to change it for the better. They not only publish all the lies they can pick up in opposition to the struggling cause of humanity, but they busy themselves in coining lies, which they audaciously present to their credulous readers as reliable truths. There is no end to their deception and tergiversation. Such men are far more dangerous to society than burglars, incendiaries, and highwaymen. Occupying a position of solemn trust and almost awful responsibility, exerting a potent influence over a large class of ignorant and unreflecting minds who look up to them as teachers and guides, however deficient in brains or vicious in morals, they have it alike in their power and in their disposition to deceive, mislead, circumvent, and demoralize to a ruinous extent. Each of them is a local authority, and of their many readers, comparatively few think of questioning the authenticity of what is laid before them from day to day or from week to week. In what part of the country, in what town or village, can an anti-slavery meeting be held of an uncompromising character even after a struggle of 25 years without being basely misrepresented by the press or treated with silent contempt? Yes, for a quarter of a century, abolitionism, the denial of the right to make man the property of man, has been lampooned, anathematized, vilified unceasingly and universally by the journals of the day, both religious and secular. Its advocates have been held up as crazy fanatics and wild disorganizers, and its meetings represented as unworthy of countenance by sane and decent men. We feel competent thus to arraign the American press generally, first because we have been familiar with its course for the last 40 years, and second because we have the consciousness of publishing a free, independent, impartial journal in the columns of which all sides have ever been allowed a fair hearing, and which seeks to make known the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth at whatever cost or hazard. How such a paper, advocating the noblest cause that can engage the attention of man, and giving auxiliary support to other great reformatory movements, is appreciated and sustained, is seen in its petty subscription list, in its limited circulation, in the covert and open effort everywhere made for its suppression, and how other papers, which espouse the side of the oppressor, make falsehood and Jesuitism their stock in trade, and resist every attempt to reform society by removing old abuses, are encouraged and upheld, may be seen in the wide circulation and richly remunerative income of Bennett's Herald, the New York Observer, the Journal of Commerce, and many others of a similar stamp. What does all this indicate as to the state of the country? Quote, we will not lay down our arms until liberty is proclaimed throughout all the land to all the inhabitants thereof. Quote, oh, what crimes are perpetrated under the mask of democratic liberty. Quote, act as free moral agents, not as tools of party. Quote, The triumphant process of the cause of temperance and abolition in our land, through the instrumentality of benevolent and voluntary associations, encourages us to combine our own means and efforts for the promotion of a still greater cause. Quote, "It is wrong to hold an office in which we must consent to be vested with life-taking or war-making powers or to come under an obligation to use it. It is wrong to vote for others to office which it is wrong for us to hold. We must look to the character of the office itself and not to the candidate or measures he proposes, however good these may be. To exercise the franchise even to effect the abolition of slavery would be wrong, would be to vote for murder to prevent theft." A quote from Carl Jung, a psychiatrist from 1875, states, "The state has taken the place of God." Quote, "State slavery is a form of worship." A quote from Theodore Dwight Weld, an abolitionist and activist of 1803, states, "The Spartans boasted of their kindness to their slaves, while they whipped them to death by thousands at the antlers of their gods. The Romans lauded their own mild treatment of their bondmen, while they branded their names on their flesh with hot irons, and when old, threw them into their fish ponds, or like Cato, the just, starved them to death. It is the boast of the Turks that they treat their slaves as though they were their children, yet their common name for them is dogs. And for the merest trifles their feet are bastinadoed to a jelly, or their heads clipped off with the scimitar. The Portuguese pride themselves on their gentle bearing toward their slaves, yet the streets of Rio de Janeiro are filled with naked men and women yoked in pairs to carts and wagons and whipped by drivers like beasts of burden." Quote, "It was public opinion that made him a slave." A quote from Granville Sharp, an abolitionist of 1735, states, "I know it has been said that questions concerning the states of persons ought to be determined by the law of the country to which they belong, and that, therefore, one would be declared to be a slave in America ought, in case he should happen to be imported into Britain, to be adjudged, according to the law of America, to be a slave. A doctrine, than which nothing could be more barbarous. Ought the judges of any country, out of their respect to the law of another, show no respect to their kind and to humanity? Out of respect to a law which is in no sort obligatory upon them, ought they to disregard the law of nature, which is obligatory on all men at all times and in all places? Are any laws so binding as the eternal laws of justice?" A quote from George Wallace, an activist from 1919, states, "If nature has made anything a man's own, his mind and body are so. At least it is evident that whatever right one man has in his mind and body, another man must have the same right in his. That is, as far as we can judge from any appearance in nature, each man has an equal right in his own mind and body respectively. But no man's mind and body can be his own, unless the faculties of both, that is, his judgment, his will, and his powers of acting, are so. Now he who has a right in his faculties of judging, of choosing, and of action is no slave. And since nature, which gave every man a right to his own mind and body, gave him a right likewise to these faculties, the consequence is that nature has not placed any man in a state of slavery." A quote from Jeremy Locke, an author, states, "A principle is a truth that creates freedom. A law is a lie that creates slavery." Quote, "Understand that choices made of your own free will are not evil. There is nothing wrong with sacrifice, if it is made willingly. But sacrifice without choice is not sacrifice, it is slavery. Authority always places demands on people by force. Authority never asks permission. Quote, what we consider as real slavery is indeed only one form of slavery. The African slaves in the United States were compelled to work and toil for another people's benefit. Their lives were mostly controlled for the benefit of the master, but they had some very limited freedoms. Some were able to create distinct traditions and maintain families. They did their best to build joy into their lives despite the tyranny wrought upon them. Because they were in control of portions of their lives, were they free? How much freedom does a person deserve? How much freedom can be destroyed before we recognize that it is evil? Slavery is not a concept of totality. Slavery exists wherever the freedom of man is destroyed. Theft and bullying are slavery. In history, African natives, Jews, and many others have experienced lifelong slavery. The ultimate slavery is murder. Slavery stops people from being able to make choices for their own lives. Everything that restricts your mind, your movements, and your speech is evil. Slavery is found in both the partial and complete destruction of freedom. Quote, authority is not designed to destroy the enemy. It is designed to enslave you. Quote, if authority is not questioned, if it is accepted as the proper ruler over man, slavery is the result. Quote, political correctness is engineered slavery. Quote, when culture teaches that working for money is greed, it also teaches that labor without money is noble. Laboring by rule of law for the collective we is taught as the proper form of ambition. If you cannot choose to give or to keep, then you are not we, you are a slave. Quote, collectivism teaches that good things can come from compulsion. It teaches that people can be forced to accomplish things, quote, for their own good. It pirates the love people have for their neighbors and twists it into authority's demands. Slavery is the result. If an individual will not choose a thing, then it is not good for him. Force crushes the human spirit. Choice enables life. Quote, culture teaches that the only security to be found in life is in government. Only they can secure your water, your air, and your food. Yield authority to them. The strength of environmentalism is that it can be used to regulate every aspect of your life. Transportation, food, housing, energy, and communication, they all fall under this umbrella of regulation and control. Environmentalism is just one more excuse to implement slavery. Quote, when law challenges its competition, it labels them criminals and racketeers. The definition of racketeering is the creation of a threat, and then charging for protection against it. Such racketeering is institutionalized slavery. Mafias and governments follow the same pattern. History shows us the names given to each are a matter of who's the more successful extortionist. Quote, as in every instance in history, the pattern of tyranny repeats itself by reinventing lies to hide the same slavery. Quote, make no mistake, you are a slave and government is your master. The brilliance of your masters, as opposed to conventional slavery, is that they allow you to believe that you earn what you work for, and that you own what you buy. It keeps you complacent and agreeable. Quote, for all who wish to feed the poor of the world, there is only one solution: end authority. Freedom solves the world's ills. The reason the earth has widespread poverty is simply because people are not free to pursue prosperity. A free people are a prosperous people. Quote, protection, as always, is slavery. Quote, all economic control is slavery. Quote, they teach that freedom is depravity and insecurity. Such attacks have nothing to do with the people being attacked. They are about maintaining the grip of cultural slavery over oppressed peoples. Quote, the cultures of earth teach you to accept, to yield, and to obey. The end of evil is found in refusing this slavery of the mind. Quote, the government is a group of politicians and bureaucrats who are gradually conquering the country. Have you ever heard this side of the story before? It is rather startling, isn't it? And it explains why governments have been wrecking economies, creating poverty, and murdering and enslaving people for thousands of years. It's what they were invented to do. It's the nature of the beast. A quote from Richard Maybury, an author of 1946, states, before the slaves were freed in 1863, no one knew how cotton could be harvested without them. But slavery was wrong, and it was abolished. And today, cotton is harvested more efficiently than it ever was by slaves. Not only are the blacks better off, but the plantation owners are too. That's how the world is made. Liberty and free markets not only work, they work better. A quote from Richard Wetherell, an author, states, the person who chooses to be right is free, and any other so-called freedom actually is a form of unsuspected slavery. Quote, no matter how successful he appears to be, the wrong thinker is a slave to his wrongness. A quote from Leo Tolstoy, a philosopher and author of 1828, states, slavery exists in full vigor, but we do not perceive it, just as in Europe at the end of the 18th century the slavery of serfdom was not perceived. Quote, the slavery of our times results from three sets of laws, those about land, taxes, and property. Quote, the fundamental cause of slavery is legislation, the fact that there are people who have the power to make laws. Quote, the cause of slavery is legislation. Legislation rests on organized violence. Quote, slavery results from laws. Laws are made by governments, and therefore people can only be freed from slavery by the abolition of governments. Quote, the necessity to do what other people wish against your own will is slavery, and therefore, as long as any violence designed to compel some people to do the will of others exists, there will be slavery. Quote, therefore, the means of escape from slavery, if such means exist, must be found not in setting up fresh violence, but in abolishing whatever renders governmental violence possible. And the possibility of governmental violence, like every other violence perpetrated by a small number of people upon a larger number, has always depended and still depends simply on the fact that the small number are armed while the large number are unarmed, or that the small number are better armed than the large number. Quote, the only means to destroy governments is not force, but it is the exposure of this fraud. Quote, the age of veneration for governments, notwithstanding all the hypnotic influence they employ to maintain their position, is more and more passing away. And it is time for people to understand that governments not only are not necessary, but are harmful and most highly immoral institutions, in which a self-respecting, honest man cannot and must not take part, and the advantages of which he cannot and should not enjoy. And as soon as people clearly understand that, they will naturally cease to take part in such deeds, i.e., cease to give the government soldiers and money. And as soon as a majority of people ceases to do this, the fraud which enslaves people will be abolished. Only in this way can people be freed from slavery. Quote, "The working people are also so perverted by their compulsory slavery that it seems to most of them that if their position is a bad one, it is the fault of the masters, who pay them too little and who own the means of production. It does not enter their heads that their bad position depends entirely on themselves, and that if only they wish to improve their own and their brothers' positions, and not merely each to do the best he can for himself, the great thing for them to do is themselves to cease to do evil. And the evil that they do is that, desiring to improve their material position by the same means which have brought them into bondage, the workers, for the sake of satisfying the habits they have adopted, sacrificing their human dignity and freedom, accepting humiliating and immoral employment, or produce unnecessary and harmful articles, and above all, they maintain governments, taking part in them by paying taxes and by direct service, and thus they enslave themselves." Quote, "The answer is very definite, applicable, and practicable, for it demands the activity of that one person over whom each of us has real, rightful, and unquestionable power, namely oneself, and it consists in this, that if a man, whether slave or slave owner, really wishes to better not his position alone, but the position of people in general, he must not himself do those wrong things which enslave him and his brothers. And in order not to do the evil which produces misery for himself and for his brothers, he should, first of all, neither willingly nor under compulsion take any part in governmental activity, and should therefore be neither a soldier, nor a field marshal, nor a minister of state, nor a tax collector, nor a witness, nor an alderman, nor a juryman, nor a governor, nor a member of parliament, nor in fact hold any office connected with violence." Quote, "The cause of the bad conditions and of the existing slavery lies in the violence used by governments. There is only one way to abolish governmental violence, that people should abstain from participating in violence." Quote, "If there be no such science as justice, there can be no science of government, and all the rapacity and violence by which in all ages and nations a few confederated villains have obtained the mastery over the rest of mankind, reduced them to poverty and slavery, and established what they call governments, to keep them in subjugation, have been as legitimate examples of government as any that the world is ever to see." Quote, "If there be in nature no such principle as justice, there is no moral standard, and never can be any moral standard by which any controversy whatever between two or more human beings can be settled in a manner to be obligatory upon either, and the inevitable doom of the human race must consequently be to be forever at war, forever striving to plunder, enslave, and murder each other, with no instrumentalities but fraud and force to end the conflict." Another quote from Lysander Spooner, an abolitionist and philosopher of 1808, states, "These tyrants, living solely on plunder and on the labor of their slaves, and applying all their energies to the seizure of still more plunder and the enslavement of still other defenseless persons, increasing too their numbers, perfecting their organizations, in multiplying their weapons of war, they extend their conquests until, in order to hold what they have already got, it becomes necessary for them to act systemically and cooperate with each other in holding their slaves in subjugation. But all this they can do only by establishing what they call a government and making what they call laws. All the great governments of the world, those now existing as well as those that have passed away, have been of this character. They have been mere bands of robbers who have associated for purposes of plunder, conquest, and the enslavement of their fellow men. And their laws, as they have called them, have been only such agreements as they have found it necessary to enter into in order to maintain their organizations and act together in plundering and enslaving others, and in securing to each his agreed share of the spoils. All these laws have had no more real obligation than have the agreements which brigands, bandits, and pirates find it necessary to enter into with each other, for the more successful accomplishment of their crimes and the more peaceable division of their spoils. Thus, substantially all the legislation of the world has had its origin in the desires of one class of persons to plunder and enslave others and hold them as property. Quote, "It is only those who have a false and superstitious reverence for the authority of governments and have contracted the habit of thinking that the most tyrannical and iniquitous laws have the power to make that right which is naturally wrong, or that wrong which is naturally right, who will have any doubt as to the right of the slaves and those who would assist them to make war to all possible extent upon the property of the slaveholders and their abettors." A quote from William Lloyd Garrison, a journalist and abolitionist of 1805, states, "That all men are created equal, that they are endowed by the Creator with certain inalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Hence I am an abolitionist. Hence I cannot but regard oppression in every form, and most of all that which turns a man into a thing, with indignation and abhorrence. Not to cherish these feelings would be recreancy to principle. They who desire me to be dumb on the subject of slavery, unless I will open my mouth in its defense, ask me to give the lie to my professions, to degrade my manhood, and to stain my soul. I will not be a liar, a poltroon, or a hypocrite. To accommodate any party, to gratify any sect, to escape any odium or peril, to save any interest, to preserve any institution, or to promote any object. Quote, "The wealth, the enterprise, the literature, the politics, the religion of the land are all combined to give extension and perpetuity to the slave power." Quote, "The tremendous power of the government is actively wielded to crush out the little anti-slavery life that remains in individual hearts, and to open new and boundless domains for the expansion of the slave system." Quote, "The abolitionism which I advocate is an absolute as the law of God, and as unyielding as his throne. It admits of no compromise. Every slave is a stolen man. Every slaveholder is a man-stealer. By no precedent, no example, no law, no compact, no purchase, no bequest, no inheritance, no combination of circumstances is slaveholding right or justifiable. While a slave remains in his fetters, the land must have no rest." Quote, "Liberty for each, for all, forever. Man above all institutions." A quote from Thomas Paine, a philosopher and activist of 1737, states, "Reason was considered as rebellion, and the slavery of fear had made men afraid to think." A quote from Etienne de la Boetie, the original philosopher from 1530, states, "The fundamental political question is why do people obey a government? The answer is that they tend to enslave themselves, to let themselves be governed by tyrants. Freedom from servitude comes not from violent action, but from the refusal to serve. Tyrants fall when the people withdraw their support. Which men do you think would march more gallantly to combat? Those who anticipate as a reward for their suffering the maintenance of their freedom, or those who cannot expect any other prize for the blows exchanged than the enslavement of others?" Quote, "Obviously there is no need of fighting to overcome this single tyrant, for he is automatically defeated if the country refuses consent to its own enslavement. It is not necessary to deprive him of anything, but simply to give him nothing." Quote, "A people enslaves itself, cuts its own throat, when, having a choice between being vassals and being free men, it deserts its liberties and takes on the yoke, gives consent to its own misery, or rather apparently welcomes it." Quote, "If we led our lives according to the ways intended by nature, and the lessons taught by her, we should be intuitively obedient to our parents. Later, we should adopt reason as our guide and become slaves to nobody." Quote, "It should not enter the mind of anyone that nature has placed some of us in slavery, since she has actually created us all in one likeness." Quote, "For although the means of coming into power differ, still the method of ruling is practically the same. Those who are elected act as if they were breaking in bullocks. Those who are conquerors make the people their prey. Those who are heirs plan to treat them as if they were their natural slaves." Quote, "Let us imagine some newborn individuals, neither acquainted with slavery nor desirous of liberty, ignorant indeed of the very words. If they were permitted to choose between being slaves and free men, to which would they give their vote? There can be no doubt that they would much prefer to be guided by reason itself than to be ordered about by the whims of a single man." Quote, "All men, as long as they remain men, before letting themselves become enslaved, must either be driven by force or led into it by deception. Conquered by foreign armies, as were Sparta and Athens by the forces of Alexander, or by political factions, as when, at an earlier period, the control of Athens had passed into the hands of Pisistrates. When they lose their liberty through deceit, they are not so often betrayed by others as misled by themselves." Quote, "It is true that in the beginning men submit under constraint and by force, but those who come after them obey without regret and perform willingly what their predecessors had done because they had to. This is why men born under the yoke and then nourished and reared in slavery are content, without further effort, to live in their native circumstance, unaware of any other state or right, and considering as quite natural the condition into which they were born." Quote, "I am of the opinion that one should pity those who, at birth, arrive with the yoke upon their necks. We should exonerate and forgive them, since they have not seen even the shadow of liberty, and, being quite unaware of it, cannot perceive the evil endured through their own slavery." Quote, "Even if liberty had entirely perished from the earth, such men would invent it. For them slavery has no satisfactions, no matter how well disguised." Quote, "Plays, farces, spectacles, gladiators, strange beasts, medals, pictures, and other such opiates, these were for ancient peoples the bait towards slavery, the price of their liberty, the instruments of tyranny. By these practices and enticements, the ancient dictators so successfully lulled their subjects under the yoke that the stupefied peoples, fascinated by the pastimes and vain pleasures flashed before their eyes, learned subservience as naively, but not so creditably, as little children learn to read by looking at bright picture books. Quote, they always fooled their victims so easily that while mocking them, they enslaved them the more. A quote from Aidan Ballou, an abolitionist from 1803, states, moral power is putting forth mighty energies to abolish slavery and elevate 4 millions of degraded beings to the rank of manhood. It is exerting its multiform influence to regenerate a corrupt public sentiment and to superinduce a will in the people of the United States to let the oppressed go free. Political power hinders and obstructs the progress of this reform by every means possible. It is wedded to slavery and will uphold it till a new public opinion compels it to stand off. A quote from Lucretia Mott, an abolitionist and activist of 1793, states, man is not by nature a tyrant, but becomes a tyrant by power conferred on him. Another quote from Frederick Douglass, a former slave and abolitionist of 1817, states, I have never placed my opposition to slavery on a basis so narrow as my own enslavement, but rather upon the indestructible and unchangeable laws of human nature, every one of which is perpetually and flagrantly violated by the slave system. Quote, I was just as well aware of the unjust, unnatural, and murderous character of slavery when 9 years old as I am now. Without any appeal to books, to laws, or to authorities of any kind, it was enough to accept God as a father to regard slavery as a crime. Quote, the morality of the act I dispose of as follows. I am myself, you are yourself. We are two distinct persons, equal persons. What you are, I am. You are a man, and so am I. God created both, and made us separate beings. I am not by nature bond to you, or you to me. Nature does not make your existence depend upon me, or mine to depend upon yours. I cannot walk upon your legs, or you upon mine. I cannot breathe for you, or you for me. I must breathe for myself, and you for yourself. We are distinct persons, and are each equally provided with faculties necessary to our individual existence. In leaving you, I took nothing but what belonged to me, and in no way lessened your means for obtaining an honest living. Your faculties remained yours, and mine became useful to their rightful owner. I therefore see no wrong in any part of the transaction. Quote, it is only when we contemplate the slave as a moral and intellectual being that we can adequately comprehend the unparalleled enormity of slavery and the intense criminality of the slaveholder. Quote, the first work of slavery is to mar and efface those characteristics of its victims which distinguish men from things and persons from property. Its first aim is to destroy all sense of high moral and religious responsibility. It reduces man to a mere machine. It cuts him off from his Maker. It hides from him the laws of God, and leaves him to grope his way from time to eternity in the dark, under the arbitrary and despotic control of a frail, depraved, and sinful fellow man. Quote, it is then the first business of the enslaver of men to blunt, deaden, and destroy the central principle of human responsibility. Conscience is to the individual soul and to society what the law of gravitation is to the universe. It holds society together. It is the basis of all trust and confidence. It is the pillar of all moral rectitude. Without it, suspicion would take the place of trust. Vice would be more than a match for virtue. Men would prey upon each other like the wild beasts of the desert, and earth would become a hell. Quote, "It is the righteous of the cause, the humanity of the cause, which constitutes its potency." Quote, "It is the nature of slavery to beget a state of things all around it favorable for its own continuance. This fact, connected with the system of bondage, is beginning to be more fully realized." Quote, "To be a slaveholder is to be a propagandist from necessity, for slavery can only live by keeping down the undergrowth morality which nature supplies." A quote from Josiah Warren, an abolitionist from 1798, states, "Theorists have told us that laws and governments are made for the security of person and property, but it must be evident to most minds that they never have, never will accomplish this professed object. Although they have had the world at their control for thousands of years, they have brought it to a worse condition than that in which they found it, in spite of immense improvements in mechanism, division of labor, and other elements of civilization to aid them. On the contrary, under the plausible pretext of securing person and property, they have spread wholesale destruction, famine, and wretchedness in every frightful form over all parts of the earth, where peace and security might otherwise have prevailed. They have shed more blood, committed more murders, tortures, and other frightful crimes in the struggles against each other for the privilege of governing than society ever would or could have suffered in the total absence of all governments whatever. It is impossible for any one who can read the history of governments and the operations of laws to feel secure in person and property under any form of government or any code of laws whatever. They invade the private household, they impertinently meddle with, and in their blind and besotted wantonness presume to regulate the most sacred individual feelings. No feelings of security, no happiness can exist under such circumstances. Quote, "The more business there is thus committed to governmental management, the more must each of the governed surrender his liberty or control over his own, and the greater must be the amount of power delegated to the government." Quote, "Experience has proved that power cannot be delegated to rulers of states and nations in sufficient quantities for the management of business without its becoming an indefinite quantity, and in this indefiniteness have mankind been cheated out of their legitimate liberty." Quote, "When one's person, his labor, his responsibilities, the soil he rests on, his food, his property, and all his interests are so disconnected, disunited from others, that he can control or dispose of these at all times, according to his own views and feelings, without controlling or disturbing others, and when his premises are sacred to himself, and his person is not approached, nor his time and attention taken up against his inclination, then the individual may be said to be practically sovereign of himself and all that constitutes or pertains to his individuality." Quote, "Children are principally the creatures of example. Whatever surrounding adults will do, they will do." Quote, "Where parents are obliged to bear the consequences of the child's acts, the parent must have deciding power. But in things in which the child can alone assume the cost of his acts, he may safely be entrusted to the natural government of consequences." Quote, "Government and its function is to use force, to prevent him from using force against me and mine. It interferes with my consent, to prevent interference with my sovereign right to control my own. Its mission is intervention for the sake of non-intervention." Quote, "A union not only on paper, but rooted in the heart, whose members, trained in the constant reverence for the inalienable right of sovereignty in every person, would be habituated to forbearance toward even wrong opinions and different educations and tastes, to patient endurance of irremediable injuries in a self-governing deportment and gentleness of manner, and a prompt but careful resistance to wanton aggression wherever found, which would meet with a ready and affectionate welcome in any part of the world. Quote, government, strictly and scientifically speaking, is a coercive force. A man, while governed with his own consent, is not governed at all. Deliberative bodies, such as legislatures, congresses, conventions, courts, etc., scientifically speaking, are not government, which is simply coercive force. Quote, if the human race is destined to any true civilization, the means of attaining it have yet to be learned by old and young. The problem rests in education. The knowledge of the philosophy of governments, of laws, of money, being no part of general education, the masses become mere dupes and helpless victims of ignorant and unprincipled politicians, speculators, and impostors of all kinds, who, from deficiency of education, are tempted into such modes of preserving their worthless existence. A quote from Ralph Waldo Emerson, an abolitionist and author of 1803, states, I conceive that thus to detach a man and make him feel that he is to owe all to himself is the way to make him strong and rich, and here the optimist must find, if anywhere, the benefit of slavery. We have many teachers. We are in this world for culture, to be instructed in realities, in the laws of moral and intelligent nature, and our education is not conducted by toys and luxuries, but by austere and rugged masters, by poverty, solitude, passions, war, slavery. To know that paradise is under the shadow of swords, that divine sentiments which are always solicitating us are breathed into us from on high, and are an offset to a universe of suffering and crime. A quote from Henry Clark Wright, an abolitionist from 1797, states, states and nations are to be regarded as we regard combinations of men to pick pockets, so steal sheep, to rob on the road, to steal men, to range over the sea as pirates, only on a larger and more imposing scale. When men steal, rob, and murder as states and nations, it gives respectability to crime. The enormity of their crimes is lost sight of, amid the imposing number that commit them, and amid the glitter and pomp of equipage. The little band of thieves is scorned and hunted down as a felon. The great or governmental band of thieves is made respectable by numbers, and their crimes cease to be criminal and hateful in proportion to the number combined to do them. Slavery is, quote, submission or subjection to control by the will of another being. A quote from Stephen Pearl Andrews, an abolitionist from 1812, states, it cannot be rightfully said that any man has a right to do wrong, but every man has the right to the freedom to do wrong. In other words, he has the right not to be interfered with in the exercise of his own judgment of right, although it may lead him to do what all the world pronounce wrong, provided only that he acts at his own cost, that is, that he do not throw the burdensome consequences of his acts on others. Quote, individual property is based on the right of the individual to the products of his own labor. But if the product of my labor is my own, no one can decide the terms on which I shall part with it but myself. The right of exchanging it at pleasure is involved in the right of ownership. The attempt to establish a compulsory law for this purpose is a gross violation of my acknowledged sovereignty. A quote from William Batchelder Greene, an abolitionist from 1819, states, Society is older than government, but every persisting society implies the existence of government and laws, for a society without government and laws is at once overturned by its madmen and scoundrels and lapses into barbarism. A quote from Edmund Burke, an abolitionist and philosopher of 1729, states, "We have given our necks to the yoke of political and theological slavery." Parties in religion and politics make sufficient discoveries concerning each other to give a sober man proper caution against them all. The monarchist and aristocratical and popular partisans have been jointly laying their axes to the root of all government, and have, in their turns, proved each other absurd and inconvenient. In vain you tell me that artificial government is good, but that I fall out only with the abuse. The thing itself is the abuse. A quote from Jean-Jacques Rousseau, a philosopher and author of 1712, states, "Just as to establish slavery it was necessary to do violence to nature, so it was necessary to alter nature, to perpetuate such a right." Quote, "Many a one believes himself the master of others, and yet he is a greater slave than they." Quote, "If then there are slaves by nature, it is because there have been slaves contrary to nature. The first slaves were made by force, their cowardice kept them in bondage." Quote, "Since no man has any natural authority over his fellow men, and since might is not the source of right, conventions remain as the basis of all lawful authority among men. If an individual, says Grotius, can alienate his freedom and become the slave of a master, why should a whole people not be able to alienate theirs and become subject to a king?" Quote, "To alienate is to give or sell. Now, a man who becomes another's slave does not give himself. He sells himself at the very least for his subsistence. But why does a nation sell itself? So far from a king providing his subjects with their subsistence, he draws his from them, and according to Rabelais, a king does not live on a little. Do subjects then give up their persons on condition that their property also shall be taken? I do not see what is left for them to keep." Quote, "However we might view things, the right of slavery is null and void, not only because it is illegitimate, but because it is absurd and meaningless. These words, slavery and right, are contradictory and mutually exclusive." Quote, "You care more for profit than for liberty, and you fear slavery far less than you do poverty." A quote from Patsy Mitchner, a former slave, states, "Slavery was a bad thing, and freedom, of the kind we got, with nothing to live on, was bad. 2 snakes full of poison, one lying with their head pointing north, the other with his head pointing south. Their names was slavery and freedom." A quote from the U.S. Declaration of Independence of 1776 states, "Whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it." A quote from Jeremy Locke, an author, states, "Personal sovereignty is the end of evil, when every person on earth will defend themselves and those they love, when evil cannot gain even a foothold because all people are watching for it and recognize that it seeks to destroy their value. This is the exact opposite of perfect evil, in which every person is a slave and a master of slaves. Perfect liberty is life, and in it there are no slaves and no masters of slaves. Perfect liberty is life." A quote from Epictetus, a former slave and philosopher of the year 50, states, "Is freedom anything else than the right to live as we wish? Nothing else." A quote from Manly Palmer Hall, an author of 1901, states, "It is demonstrated that to capture a man, it is not sufficient to enslave his body, it is necessary to enlist his reason. That to free a man, it is not enough to strike the shackles from his limbs, his mind must be liberated from bondage to his own ignorance." A quote from Frederick Bastiat, an author and philosopher of 1801, states, "It is easy to understand how law, instead of checking injustice, becomes the invincible weapon of injustice. It is easy to understand why the law is used by the legislator to destroy in varying degrees among the rest of the people their personal independence by slavery, their liberty by oppression, and their property by plunder. This is done for the benefit of the person who makes the law, and in proportion to the power that he holds." Quote, "There is in all of us a strong disposition to believe that anything lawful is also legitimate. This belief is so widespread that many persons have erroneously held that things are just because law makes them so. Thus, in order to make plunder appear just and sacred to many consciences, it is only necessary for the law to decree and sanction it. Slavery, restrictions, and monopoly find offenders not only among those who profit from them, but also among those who suffer from them." Quote, "Actually, it is not strange that during the 17th and 18th centuries the human race was regarded as inert matter, ready to receive everything, form, face, energy, movement, life, from a great prince or a great legislator or a great genius. These centuries were nourished on the study of antiquity, and antiquity presents everywhere, in Egypt, Persia, Greece, Rome, the spectacle of a few men molding mankind according to their whims, thanks to the prestige of force and of fraud. But this does not prove that this situation is desirable. It proves only that since men in society are capable of improvement, it is naturally to be expected that error, ignorance, despotism, slavery, and superstition should be greatest towards the origins of history. They do not understand that knowledge appears and grows with the passage of time, and that in proportion to this growth of knowledge, might takes the side of right, and society regains possession of itself." A quote from Dyer Lum, mentioned in Lewis Perry's Radical Abolitionism, states, "Anarchism in place of abolitionism was the secret of peace." A quote from Salmon Chase, an activist and abolitionist from 1808, states, "Slavery is the complete and absolute subjection of one person to the control and disposal of another person by legalized force. We need not argue that no person can be rightfully compelled to submit to such control and disposal. All such subjugation must originate in force, and private force not being strong enough to accomplish the purpose, public force in the form of law must lend its aid. The government comes to the help of the individual slaveholder and punishes resistance to his will and compels submission. The government, therefore, in the case of every individual slave, is the real enslaver, depriving each person enslaved of all liberty and all property, and all that makes life dear, for slavery cannot subsist a moment after the support of the public force has been withdrawn." A quote from Rod Taylor from Mad as Hell with Aaron Russo of 1996 states, "In virtually every culture, from ancient Egypt to Babylon to Greece and Rome, Africa, Asia, Europe, and the United States, Germany, and Japan openly practiced widespread slavery only 50 years ago in the Soviet Union until less than a decade ago, China even today. It's a disease of our human nature, and yet people are under the impression that it no longer exists. I say to you that in the subtle form it exists in America today, and it's becoming less subtle and more manifest. Madison Avenue has just cleaned it up a little bit, dressed it up in new words. The slave master is now Big Brother, someone to protect you, someone to confide in, but it's all the same. He owns your life. This may sound far-fetched, but I think I can prove it. When the IRS allows you a tax deduction, they and their congressional collaborators in the media call it a tax subsidy. In other words, they designate it as a gift to you. A subsidy, the only way they could conceive of this terminology is by presupposing that they, i.e. the government, own all the money. Their view is that they're entitled to it all, that which they allow you to keep, is their compassionate and generous gift to you. How can this be? You create the money by your efforts, your sacrifice, your creativity, your risk-taking, so how can it belong to them? It's very simple. They own you. They own everything you produce, your money, your house, your thoughts and ideas, your children. If you go to a foreign country to work, you still have to pay the U.S. income tax. You can dig a hole in the middle of Siberia and they'd be entitled to a cut of your wages because in their minds, under their law, they own you. They create arcane and esoteric laws to criminalize you. You can't even understand them without a lot of professional help. You have to run around slavishly collecting little pieces of paper receipts, 7 years of detailed financial records, because you might be called on to give an account of yourself to the big boss man. And if you've made a mistake, he can take everything you have. He loves it that way. That's total power over you. Slavery. In this modern age, the information age, getting your money is not enough. Even though money, don't let anyone deceive you, is the material source of your freedom. They want your mind. If you deviate in your thinking, if you commit one of the 10,000 taboos, and they perceive your actions as a threat, they'll come out and kill you. It was the thought police who killed the children at Waco and Ruby Ridge. We're not free, we belong to the government. Who else holds a counterfeit license to kill, incarcerate, and confiscate for non-crimes? Remember, America is about liberty first and last, not obedience to bureaucrats. The Washington power clique wants you to shut up, get in line, do what you're told to do, and most outrageously, think what you've been told to think. We have hundreds of politicians and thousands of lobbyists crawling all over Washington thinking of ways to control you, to extend their will over you, to subvert your freedom and replace it with their will to capture, that is to steal, your life force. And so we should all be very angry because anger is the engine that drives our will to resist, and without resistance, without awareness, they will take it all. It's not just politically perverse, it's sin against mankind, because freedom is actually sacred. Drop an ant into a jar and seal the lid. It will spend the rest of its life trying to get out. It has nowhere to go, but it wants to be free. That is its nature. It's the way every living thing is made, once a long time ago. I saw something at the zoo, a wolf lying in its cage. I thought about how this magnificent animal was the end product of millions of years of evolutionary design. A nose that could detect the faintest scent, ultrasonic hearing, eyes that could see in the dark, teeth and jaws capable of crushing thick bone, heart and lungs that could run him for hours in a sub-zero blizzard, and yet there he was, lying forlorn and full of despair. He was well fed, he had a clean habitat, and water and medical care, so what was the problem? He was sick with the knowledge that his wonderful powers would never be exercised again. So he lay there, his head on his paws, staring blankly ahead at perhaps some imaginary forest that he could never reach because there were bars around him. They had not killed his body, but they were destroying his soul. God gave Adam and Eve freedom, even though he knew they would invite death into the world. That's how important freedom is in the divine scheme of things, and that's why we urge you to defend it. Another quote from Larkin Rose, an activist and philosopher, states, If you love death and destruction, oppression and suffering, injustice and violence, repression and torture, helplessness and despair, perpetual conflict and bloodshed, then teach your children to respect authority and teach them that obedience is a virtue. If, on the other hand, you value peaceful coexistence, compassion and cooperation, freedom and justice, then teach your children the principles of self-ownership. Teach them to respect the rights of every human being, and teach them to recognize and reject the belief in authority for what it is, the most irrational, self-contradictory, anti-human, evil, destructive, and dangerous superstition the world has ever known. A quote from F.A. Harper, an author from 1905, states, "Not in government or force, not in slavery or war, but in the creative and thereby spiritual power of freedom shall our inspiration be found." A quote from Pierre Joseph Proudhon, a philosopher from 1809, states, "As man seeks justice and equality, so justice seeks order in anarchy." A quote from Benjamin Tucker, a philosopher from 1854, states, "If the individual has a right to govern himself, all external government is tyranny, hence the necessity of abolishing the state." A quote from Angelina Grimke, an abolitionist from 1805, states, "One who is a slaveholder at heart never recognizes a human being in a slave." Another quote from Henry Clark Wright, an abolitionist from 1797, states, "God has a government and man has a government. These two are at perpetual war. Man is trying to subject his fellow man to himself. God gave to man dominion over all beasts and fowls and fish. But this does not satisfy. Man is not content to rule over the animal creation. He would get dominion over man. He tries all arts to obtain this end. I regard all human governments as usurpations of God's power over man." Quote, "Thus, each human being, man and woman, is invested with sovereignty over himself and no one over another." A quote from William Godwin, a philosopher and author of 1756, states, "Above all, we should not forget that government is an evil, a usurpation upon the private judgment and individual conscience of mankind." Quote, "Whenever government assumes to deliver us from the trouble of thinking for ourselves, the only consequences it produces are those of torpor and imbecility." A quote from Elizabeth Cady Stanton, an abolitionist of 1815, states, "Truth is the only safe ground to stand on." A quote from Maria Weston Chapman, an abolitionist of 1806, states, "Slavery can only be abolished by raising the character of the people who compose the nation, and that can be done only by showing them a higher one." A quote from Ezra Heywood, an abolitionist and philosopher from 1829, states, "Slavery is voluntary or involuntary. Voluntary when one sells or yields his or her own person to the irresponsible will of another, involuntary when placed under the absolute power of another without one's own consent." A quote from Brian J. Butts, an abolitionist of 1826, states, "Just so long as the individual depends on the government or the church to settle the moral law, so long will slavery of every hue exist." Quote, "Man should be a law unto himself, and prove to the world by a life of truth and virtue that all outward laws are superfluous." A quote from William Goodell, an abolitionist of 1792, states, "The conversion of the world must be nothing less than the conversion of the masses of its inhabitants, and this would involve the moral renovation of society, as well as of the individuals of whom society is composed." A quote from Amos Bronson Alcott, an abolitionist and philosopher of 1799, states, "We take too much notice of states and masses if we think them more mighty than individuals." A quote from Henry Clapp, Jr., an abolitionist of 1814, states, "Might is right is the cornerstone of all slavery." Another quote from Aidan Ballou, an abolitionist of 1803, states, "So long as men will indulge the lust of dominion, they shall be filled with the fruits of slavery. That they who will not be obedient to the law of love shall bow down under the law of physical force, that they who take the sword shall perish with the sword. So if men will not be governed by God, it is their doom to be enslaved by one another." A quote from Wendell Phillips, an abolitionist of 1811, states, "Government began in tyranny and force, began in the feudalism of the soldier and bigotry of the priest, and the ideas of justice and humanity have been fighting their way like a thunderstorm against the organized selfishness of human nature." A quote from Mark Passio, a philosopher and the occultist, states, "Freedom comes before everything, including life. It isn't life, freedom, property. It's freedom, life, property. That's the correct order. Life without freedom isn't worth living because life without freedom is slavery. Most people are so fearful and attached to life that they would give up freedom to have safety. No amount of safety is worth the loss of freedom. No amount of even health is worth the loss of freedom. Dangerous, unhealthy freedom is still more important than a life where you are perfectly safe and perfectly healthy and enslaved. As soon as some crisis comes down that threatens their safety or health, they're immediately willing to sacrifice their freedom in the name of safety or health. You have to be willing to die. Liberty or death means liberty or death." From the Online Etymology Dictionary, robot from Rabu means slave. Slave, originally Slav, was because of the many Slavs sold into slavery by conquering peoples. Slavery represents state of servitude. Were you created to be free or to be a slave? Are you nurtured into being free or being a slave? This book is dedicated to those who want to change the world. Feel free to leave a review or distribute copies. This is independently created and published. You may use this book for your projects. If this book ever gets attacked in the mainstream, know that it is likely making a positive impact. All the culture will simply remind us of our former history, as does abolitionism of the past. This helps make it clear what I'm doing and helps us make it clear for what we all need to do. Time speaks truth, we will prevail. We learn about slavery in school, but there's more to what you should know. Share this work if you see any importance. May it be your moral obligation out of care. If government were allowed to justify slavery, then it could justify any form of crime. Take heed of my warnings. If society has chosen slavery, they have chosen death over liberty. And in case this knowledge ever gets suppressed or censored, a quote from Frederick Douglass, a former slave and abolitionist, states, "To suppress free speech is a double wrong. It violates the rights of the hearer as well as those of the speaker." The end.